خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما خلقته على جديد أرضك في مستقر الأرضين شرقها وغربها سهلها وجبالها وأوديتها وطريقها وعامرها وغامرها إلى سائر ما خلقته عليها وما فيها ومدر وحجر من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي عدد نبات الأرض من قبلتها وشرقها وغربها وسهلها وجبالها وأوديتها وأشجارها وثمارها وأوراقها وزروعها وجميع ما يخرج من نباتها وبركاتها من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما خلقت من الجن والإنس والشياطين وما أنت خالقه منهم إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد كل شعرة في أبدانهم وفي وجوههم وعلى رؤوسهم منذ خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد خفقان الطير وطيران الجن والشياطين من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد كل بهيمة خلقتها على جديد أرضك من صغير أو كبير في مشارق الأرض ومغاربها من إنسها وجنها ومما لا يعلم علمه إلا أنت من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد خطاهم على وجه الأرض من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد من يصلي عليه وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد من لم يصل عليه وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد القطر والمطر والنبات وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد كل شيء. اللهم وصل على سيدنا محمد في الليل إذا يغشى وصل على سيدنا محمد في النهار إذا تجلى وصل على سيدنا محمد في الآخرة والأولى وصل على سيدنا محمد شابا زكيا وصل على سيدنا محمد كهلا مرضيا وصل على سيدنا محمد منذ كان في المهد صبيا وصل على سيدنا محمد حتى لا يبقى من الصلاة شيء. اللهم وأعط سيدنا محمدا المقام المحمود الذي وعدته الذي إذا قال صدقته وإذا سأل أعطيته. اللهم وأعظم برهانه وشرف بنيانه وأبلج حجته وبين فضيلته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأسألك اللهم بالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا آدم عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا نوح عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا هود عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا إبراهيم عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا صالح عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يونس عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا أيوب عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يعقوب عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يوسف عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا موسى عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا هارون عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا شعيب عليه السلام
نصيبا من الكتاب يدمنا إلى كتاب الله ليحكم بينهم ثم يتولى فريق منهم وهم موردون ذلك بأنهم قالوا لن تمسنا النار إلا أياما معدودات وغرهم في دينهم ما كانوا يفترون فكيف إذا ما جمعنا يوم لا ريب فيه وفويت كل نفس ما كسبت وهم لا يظلمون قل اللهم ملك الملك تؤتي الملك من تشاء وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء بيدك الخير إنك على كل شيء قدير تولج الليل في النهار وتولج النهار في الليل وتخرج الحي من الميت وتخرج الميت من الحي وترزق من تشاء بغير حساب مفاري mevcudat Hazreti Fahri Alem Muhammed Mustafa'ra salavat.
Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin ve ala ali seyyidina.
التي دعاك بها سيدنا يوشع عليه السلام
Allah adın zikredelim evvela vacip oldu cümle işte her kula. Allah adın her kim olla velana her işi asan eder Allah'ana. Allah adı olursa her işin önü herkes ebdar olmayanın sonu. Her nefeste Allah adında müdam Allah adıyla olur her iş tamam. Bir kez Allah dese aşk ile lisan dökülür cümle günah misli hazan ismi pakin pak olur zikreyleyen her murada erişir Allah diyen. Aşk ile gelim di Allah diyelim derd ile gözyaşı ile ahi delim. Ola kim rahmet kıl ol padişah ol kerimi ol rahimi ol ilah. Birdir ol birliğine şek yokturur gerçi yanlış söyleyenler çokturur. Cümle alem yok iken ol var idi, yaratılmıştan gani cebbar idi. Var iken ol yok idin sü melek arşı, ferişu ay gün hem nükfelek. Sun ile bunlar ol var eyledi, birliğine cümle ikrar eyledi. Kudreti nisar edip hem ol celil, birliğine bunları kıldı delil. Ol dediğim bir kere var oldu cihan, olma derse mahvolur, olma deme aman. Bari ne hacet kılavuz sözü çok birdir Allah, andan artık Tanrı yok. Haşrederek gel denilirse bu kelam, nice haşrola bu olmaya tamam. Pes Muhammed'dir bu varlığa sebep, sıdk ile anın rızasın kıl talep. Ey azizler işte başlarız söze, bir vasiyet kılarız illa size. Ol vasiyet ki derim her kim tuta mis gibi kokusu canlarda tüte. Hak Teala rahmet eyle yana, kim beni ol bir dua ile ana. Her ki diler bu duada buluna, Fatiha ihsan ede ben kuluna.
Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin nebil ümmi ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ve sellim. Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin nebil ümmi ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ve sellim. Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin nebil ümmi ve ala
Hak Teala çün yarattı Adem'i, kıldı Adem'le müzeyyen alemi. Adem'e kıldı feriştenler sücud, hem ana çok oldu lütfü sücud. Mustafa nurunu alnında kodu, bil Habibim nurudur bu nur dedi. Kıldı ol nur anında karar, kaldı anın ile nice rüzgar. Sonra Havva alnına nakletti bil, durdu anda dahi ayı nice yüil. Şid doğdu ana nakletti bu nur alnında, tecelli kıldı nur. Erdi İbrahim İsmail'e hem, söz uzanur ger kalanın dersem. İş bu resm ile müsessel muttasıl, ta olunca Mustafa'ya müntekıl. Gel için ol rahmeten lil alemin, vardı nuranda karar etti hemin. Kim umarsa darin üzehten necat, mürseli mümtaz için versin selat. Gel dileriz bulazız ondan necat, aşk ile derd ile edin es-selat.
Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin nebil ümmi ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ve sellim. Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin nebil ümmi ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ve sellim. Allahümme salli ala seyyidina Muhammedin nebil ümmi ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ve sellim.
الفاتحة. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله العظيم الذي لا اله الا هو الحي القيوم واتوب اليك من كل ذنب معصية من كل ما يخالف دين الاسلام من كل ما يخالف الشريعة من كل ما يخالف الطريقات من كل ما يخالف المعرفات من كل ما يخالف الحقيقات من كل ما يخالف العظمة يا أرحم الراحمين أودعني كلمتان شهادتان عندك يا رسول الله وهي لنا ودية يومك يا أنصر رحمة للعالمين. اللهم يا مسبب الأسباب يا مفاتيح الأبواب يا مقلب القلوب والأبصار يا دليل المطهرين يا غياث المستغيثين يا حي يا قيوم ذو الجلال والإكرام أفضل أمر إلا الله إن الله باس بالعباد. رابطه الشريفة. فاتحة الشريف. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. صلوات الشريف. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. ألم نشرح الشر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم نشرح لك صدرك
ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. الله أكبر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. الله إخلاص الشهر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله فاتحة الشريف. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. صلوات الشريف. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. صل يا ربي وسلم على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى كل أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رب قد آتيتني من الملك وعلمتني من تأويل الأحاديث فاطر السماوات والأرض أنت ولي في الدنيا والآخرة توفني مسلما وبلغني بالصالحين. آمنا بالله صدق الله العظيم. سبحانك ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. إلى شرف النبي مصطفى صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى وصحبه الكرام وإلى مشايخنا في درگاه نقشبندیه العالیه حضرت روح امام ترگاه الحالی کبوجاشان نقشبند محمد ویسیل بهاری سلطان اولیاء شب الله فزدای سنه بفکراست تجود ربانی سلطان اولیاء قبلت الاسلام صاحب الزمان شیخ سلطان مولانا محمد ناظم الحقانی حد محاجگانی عبدالحالیک الجوانی SahibulSaif شیخ عبدالکریم الکبرسی ربانی سایر صداتنا و صدقین.
الفاتحة. عالم أنه لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله عليك يا سيدي عليك يا سيدي عليك يا سيدي يا محمد يا سيدي شبان يا سيدي يا سيدي مدد يا رسول الله يا حبيب الله يا هاي حسبي ربي جل الله موهي قلبي غير الله نور محمد صلى الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا عليك يا سلطان الله عليك يا صاحب السيف صلاة والسلام عليك يا آله وأصحابه أجمعين صلاة والسلام عليك يا أنبياء ولي الله والحمد لله رب العالمين لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله حسبنا الله نعم الوكيل نعم المولى نعم الناصر ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم على بذكر الله تعمئن قلوب منا الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله الله Hasbunallahu ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula, ni'mal nasir, wala hawla wala quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay, hay. Allah, ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula, ni'mal nasir. Wala hawla wala quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hak, Allah hu Allah hay, Allah hu Allah hay, Allah hu Allah hay, Allah hu Allah hay, Allah hay ya kayyum, Allah hay ya kayyum, Allah hay ya kayyum, Allah hay ya kayyum, Allah hay ya kerim, Allah hay ya kerim, Allah hay ya kerim, Allah hay ya kerim, Allah hay ya kadir, Allah hay ya kadir, Allah hay ya kadir, Allah hay ya kadir, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya alim, Allah hay ya alim, Allah hay ya alim, Allah hay ya alim, Allah hay ya malik, Allah hay ya malik, Allah hay ya malik, Allah hay ya malik, Allah hay ya subhan, Allah hay ya subhan, Allah hay ya subhan, Allah hay ya subhan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya sultan, Allah hay ya fetah, Allah hay ya fetah, Allah hay ya fetah, Allah hay ya fetah, Allah hay ya settar, Allah hay ya settar, Allah hay ya settar, Allah hay ya settar, Allah hay ya shafi, Allah hay ya shafi, Allah hay ya shafi, Allah hay ya shafi, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya Ali, Allah hay ya azim, Allah hay ya azim, Allah hay ya azim, Allah hay ya azim, Allah hay ya mümin, Allah hay ya mümin, Allah hay ya mümin, Allah hay ya mümin, Allah hay ya vekil, Allah hay ya vekil, Allah hay ya vekil, Allah hay ya vekil, Allah hay ya vahhab, Allah hay ya vahhab, Allah hay ya vahhab, Allah hay ya vahhab, Allah hay ya Rashid, Allah hay ya Rashid, Allah hay ya Rashid, Allah hay ya Rashid, Allah hay ya Hamid, Allah hay ya Hamid, Allah hay ya Hamid, Allah hay ya Hamid, Allah hay ya Cemal, Allah hay ya Cemal, Allah hay ya Cemal, Allah hay ya Cemal, Allah hay ya Celal, Allah hay ya Celal, Allah hay ya Celal, Allah hay ya Celal, Allah hay ya Jabbar, Allah hay ya Jabbar, Allah hay ya Jabbar, Allah hay ya Jabbar, Allah hay ya Qahhar, Allah hay ya Qahhar, Allah hay ya Qahhar, Allah hay ya Qahhar, Allah hay ya Qadir, Allah hay ya Qadir, Allah hay ya Qadir, Allah hay ya Qadir, Allah hay ya Muqtadir, Allah hay ya Muqtadir, Allah hay ya Muqtadir, Allah hay ya Muqtadir, Allah hay ya Halim, Allah hay ya Halim, Allah hay ya Halim, Allah hay ya Halim, Allah hay ya Hafiz, Allah hay ya Hafiz, Allah hay ya Hafiz, Allah hay ya Hafiz, Allah hay ya Hannan, Allah hay ya Hannan, Allah hay ya Hannan, Allah hay ya Hannan, Allah hay ya Mennan, Allah hay ya Mennan, Allah hay ya Mennan, Allah hay ya Mennan, Allah hay ya Dayyan, Allah hay ya Dayyan, Allah hay ya Dayyan, Allah hay ya Dayyan, Allah hay ya Subhan, Allah hay ya Subhan, Allah hay ya Subhan, Allah hay ya Subhan, Allah hay ya Kerim, Allah hay ya Kerim, Allah hay ya Kerim, Allah hay ya Kerim, Allah hay ya Daim, Allah hay ya Daim, Allah hay ya Daim, Allah hay ya Daim, Allah hay ya Azim, Allah hay ya Azim, Allah hay ya Azim, Allah hay ya Azim, Allah hay ya Fetah, Allah hay ya Fetah, Allah hayya fettah, Allah hayya fettah, Allah hayya settar, Allah hayya settar, Allah hayya settar, Allah hayya settar, Allah hayya wahhab, Allah hayya wahhab, Allah hayya wahhab, Allah hayya wahhab, Allah hayya ahad, Allah hayya ahad, Allah hayya ahad, Allah hayya ahad, Allah hayya samed, Allah hayya samed, Allah hayya samed, Allah hayya samed, Allah hayya evvel, Allah hayya evvel, Allah hayya evvel, Allah hayya evvel, Allah hayya ahir, Allah hayya ahir, Allah hayya ahir, Allah hayya ahir, Allah hayya zahir, Allah hayya zahir, Allah hayya zahir, Allah hayya zahir, Allah hayya batin, Allah hayya batin, Allah hayya batin, Allah hayya batin, Allah hayya gaffar, Allah hayya gaffar, Allah hayya gaffar, Allah hayya gaffar, Allah hayya gafur, Allah hayya gafur, Allah hayya gafur, Allah hayya gafur, Allah hayya rauf, Allah hayya rauf, Allah hayya rauf, Allah hayya rauf, Allah hayya rahim, Allah hayya rahim, Allah hayya rahim, Allah hayya rahim, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya ali, Allah hayya ali, Allah hayya ali, Allah hayya ali, Allah hayya rezzak, Allah hayya rezzak, Allah hayya rezzak, Allah hayya rezzak, Allah hayya gani, Allah hayya gani, Allah hayya gani, Allah hayya gani, Allah hayya vedud, Allah hayya vedud, Allah hayya vedud, Allah hayya vedud, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya latif, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Allah, Allah hayya Hasbunallah, ni'mal wakil, ni'mal mawla, ni'mal nasir, ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم. اللهم صل على
محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد وسلم.
صل يا ربي وسلم على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى كل أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين على أشرف العالمين سيدنا محمد الصلوات على أكمل العالمين سيدنا محمد الصلوات على أشرف العالمين سيدنا محمد الصلوات.
صلوات الله تعالى وملائكته وأنبيائه ورسله وجميع الكلام محمد وعلى آل محمد عليه السلام ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته رضي الله تبارك وتعالى سيدنا أصحاب رسول الله أجمعين وأن تابعهم إحسان ومجتهدنا المهدين وعلى معلم وتكمل الأولياء الصالحين وإلى مشايخنا في تركة نقشبندية العليا قدس الله تعالى أرمام زكيا من ور الله تعالى المباركة ور الله تعالى بركاتهم وفيداتهم دائما والحمد لله رب العالمين.
الفاتحة. الله سبحان ربي العلي العلى الوهاب.
نستجب شفاعته وارجو الله رحمته ورأفته اللهم بحرمة هذا النبي الكريم وعلى أصحابه السالكين على منهاجه القوم اجعلنا من خير أمته وسنا بذيل حرمته واحشرنا غدا في زمرته وسامنا ابتلاتنا في مدحه ونصرته وعلم متمسكين بسنته وطاعته ومتنا اللهم على حبه وجماعته اللهم ادخلنا مع جنة فلما ندخلها وانزل ما في قصورها فلما ينزلها وارحمنا ما يشفى الخلائق فترحمها اللهم ارزقنا زيارته في كل سنة ولا جنوب فيك ولا عنه كبر سنة اللهم لا جنوب أتي ذنوبا وستأتى بإذا المغفرة ويوبا اللهم انه كان معنا فالسماوات في مثلها وقد من فضلها رحمهم الله اللهم ارحمنا داسنا واصحاب القبور وفقنا كاسناه على ما مدده اللهم اجعلنا لك ذاكرين ولنماك شاكرين واليوم لقاك من الذاكرين وحين بطاعتك مشغولين ولا توفيتنا فتوفنا مفتونين ولا مخذولين واختم لنا منك بخير اجمعين اللهم اكفنا شر الظالمين اللهم اكفنا شر الظالمين اللهم اكفنا شر الظالمين واجعل من فتنة هذه الدنيا سالمين اللهم اجعل هذا رسولك لنا شفيعا وارزقنا به يوم القيامة مقاما نفيعا اللهم اسقنا من حوض نبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم شربة هنيئة ما نبت وحشم تهلوى غدا اللهم اغفر به وعلى ابانا من هدم مشايخنا ما لم يود الحقوق علينا ولمن اجهد الخير في هذه الساعة والجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات والاحياء منهم والاموات انك انت قريب مجيب الدعوات وقاضي الحاجات وقاضي الحاجات وقاضي الحاجات واغفر الذنوب والخطيئات يا ارحم الراحمين يا ارحم الراحمين يا ارحم الراحمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Please bless our Shaykh, SahibulSaif, Abdulkerim, Ya Rabbi. Raise them to higher and higher and higher stations, Ya Rabbi. Ya Rabbi, give long life, healthy life, strong life to Shaykh Lokman, Ya Rabbi. Make us be better ones to him, Ya Rabbi. Make us be better ones in this way, Ya Rabbi. Ya Rabbi, we're asking you for the sake of Holy Prophet, Ya Rabbi, for the sake of the most beloved one in your presence, Ya Rabbi, for the sake of our Shaykh, Ya Rabbi, to please forgive us, Ya Rabbi, and accept our tawbah, Ya Rabbi. Let us to have a clean Bera'at, Ya Rabbi. Let us to be from those ones that will be blessed this year, Ya Rabbi, to be in your pleasure and the pleasure of Holy Prophet and the pleasure of our Shaykh, Ya Rabbi. Ya Rabbi, don't let us to be from the people who are going to be arrogant in their disobedience, Ya Rabbi. Make us to be sincere, Ya Rabbi. Ya Rabbi, we have sickness inside us. Please cure us, Ya Rabbi. Don't let us to be the ones that are going to be in the wrong way, Ya Rabbi. Ya Rabbi, keep us Jamaat. Don't let us to be separated, Ya Rabbi. Let us to be blessed. Don't let us to be deprived, Ya Rabbi. Let us to be the ones that are going to be fixing the zulm inside ourselves, Ya Rabbi. Don't let us to be zalim, Ya Rabbi. Ya Rabbi, let this to be the year that zulm comes down, Ya Rabbi, for the sake of our Holy Prophet, Ya Rabbi, for the sake of our Shaykh, Ya Rabbi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Rabbi, Peygamber Efendimiz Aleyhisselatü Vesselam Hazretlerinin yüzü hürmeti, mübarek gecenin hürmetine Ya Rabbi. Büyük şeyhimizin ve şeyhimizin ahiretteki makamlarını, güçlerini, kuvvetlerini, heybetlerini, şanlarını, şereflerini artır Ya Rabbi. Onların yüzü hürmetine, Şeyh Lokman Efendi Hazretlerine Bütün iman kardeşlerimize sağlık, sıhhat, hayır, uzun ömürler nasip etsin eyle ya Rabbi. Mübarek gece için ya Rabbi, senin için ya Rabbi. Yapmış olduğumuz ibadet şeyimizinkilerle birlikte kabul eyle ya Rabbi. Şeyimizin yüzü hürmetine ya Rabbi. Bilerek veya bilmeyerek işlemiş olduğumuz günahlarımızı, hatalarımızı affet, bağışla ya Rabbi. Affet, bağışla ya Rabbi. Affet, bağışla ya Rabbi. Beraatımızı temiz bir şekilde geçmeyi bizlere nasip etsin eyle ya Rabbi. Mübarek gecelerin günleri kıymetini bilmeyi bizlere nasip etsin eyle ya Rabbi. Şeyhimizin nazarını, himmetini dünya ahiret üzerimizden eksik etme ya Rabbi.
Estağfurullah, estağfurullah, estağfurullah. Nezil la ilahe illallah. Tevbatena nisa. Ya Vahhab, ya Vahhab, ya Vahhab, ya Musabib al-Asbab, ya Fatih al-Abwab, ya Qalib al-Qulub, hayır. Allah'ım salatun tumşina ve şuna ikhwali ve ahbab mutabinin. Allah'ım ismike hamd. Ya Rahman Rahim, fa'afu. Ya Gafar Ezeli İstanbul, Kutan Kulub, Adina min amin salam aleyhi. İlâ şerefine Mustafa Resulullah sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Şeyh Sultan. El-Fatiha. Fatiha. Prepare for Sakala Sharif. Allahumma salli ala Seyyidina Muhammedin
علينا Ay doğdu üzerimize veda tepelerinden. Şükür gerekti bizlere Allah'a davetinden. Sen güneşsin, sen aysın, sen nur üstüne nursun, sen Süreyya ışığısın ya Habibi ya Resul. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Ya Allah ya Muhammed ya Ebu Bekir es-Sıddık ya Ömer Osman ve Ali Fatime binti Resul. Ey bizden seçilen elçi, yüce bir davetle geldin. Sen bu şehre şeref verdin. Ey sevgili hoş geldin. Ey Resul sana söz verdik, doğruluktan ayrılmayız. Sen ey senlik yıldızı, senin sevginde doluyuz. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Tala'al bedru aleyna min seniyatil veda. Veceba şükru aleyna meda lillahi da. Ente şemsun, ente bedrun, ente nurun ala nur, ente misbah Süreyya ya Habibi ya Resul. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Ya Allah ya Muhammed ya Ebu Bekir es-Sıddık ya Ömer Osman ve Ali Fatima binti Resul. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Sallallahu ala Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Mevla'ya salli ve sellim daimen ebeden ala habibike hayril halki kullihim. Mevla'ya salli ve sellim daimen ebeden ala habibike hayril
الفاتحة.
Biz Osmanlıyız.
Biz Osmanlıyız.
Erkşanlıyız.
Erkşanlıyız.
Tekbir.
Allahu Ekber.
Tekbir.
Allahu Ekber.
Tekbir.
Allahu Ekber.
Walillahilhamd. Assalamu alaikum. May there be takbir in every corner of the world, inshallah.
Amin.
May the zulm fall.
Amin.
May Islam rise.
Amin.
May the unbelievers fall.
Amin.
May the believers rise.
Amin.
May we have more power.
Amin.
May Mahdi alayhi salam come soon.
Amin.
May Dajjal be fallen down.
Amin.
May Allah forgive me and bless you. Al-Fatiha. Amin. Assalamu alaikum. Allah kabul etsin inşallah. If there's anything that you want to say, feel free. Say something that is going to give benefit to you and others, or else keep silent. If you have a question, ask. Don't keep it, and then later to say, I don't have a chance to ask. If there's anything you want to say, say. Say with sincerity and say with bravery. Don't worry, no one is going to touch you. If you don't say, you are going to be responsible dunya and akhirat. May Allah accept our worship tonight for the sake of Bera'at. May the rest of the year be open for us, inshallah, with the support of our Shaykh. May his station be risen, inshallah. May there be every opening for us to be able to bring the light of SahibulSaif to every home, to every person, to every house in the face of the world. May Allah make this to be our life. May Allah make this to be our death, inshallah. May Allah forgive me and bless you. Al-Fatiha. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Women with children, you can go. The rest stay. Sit and take the tea.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأسألك اللهم بالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا آدم عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا نوح عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا هود عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا إبراهيم عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا صالح عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يونس عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا أيوب عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يعقوب عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يوسف عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا موسى عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا هارون عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا شعيب عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا إسماعيل عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا داود عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا سليمان عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا زكريا عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يحيى عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا أرميا عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا شعياء عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا إلياس عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا اليسع عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا ذو الكفل عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا يوشع عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا عيسى عليه السلام وبالأسماء التي دعاك بها سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى جميع النبيين والمرسلين أن تصلي على سيدنا محمد نبيك عدد ما خلقته من قبل أن تكون السماء مبنية والأرض مدحية والجبال مرسية والبحار مجرأة والعيون منفجرة والأنهار منهمرة والشمس مضحية والقمر مضيئا والكواكب مستنيرة كنت حيث كنت لا يعلم أحد حيث كنت إلا أنت وحدك وحدك لا شريك لك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد حلمك، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد علمك، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد كلماتك، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد نعمتك، وصل على سيدنا محمد ملء سماواتك، وصل على سيدنا محمد ملء أرضك، وصل على سيدنا محمد ملء عرشك، وصل على سيدنا محمد زينة عرشك، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما جرى به القلم في الكتاب، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما خلقت في 7 سماواتك، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما أنت خالق فيهن إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد كل قطرة قطرت من سماواتك إلى أرضك من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد من يسبحك ويهللك ويكبرك ويعظمك من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد أنفاسهم وألفاظهم، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد كل نسمة خلقتها فيهم من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد السحاب الجارية، وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد الرياح الذارية من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما هبت عليه الرياح وحركته من الأغصان والأشجار والأوراق والثمار وجميع ما خلقت على أرضك وما بين سماواتك من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة في كل يوم 1000 مرة. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد نجوم السماء من يوم خلقت الدنيا إلى يوم القيامة.
Remember your death. Remember how you want to pass. Ask Allah for a good passing. As I said today, look at yourself when you are panicking, when you're upset, when you're anxious, when you're worrying. What is coming to your mind? You're making zikr so much. Is that the zikr that comes to your mind when you are panicking? When you're worrying? You will say Allah. Because when the angel of death comes to approach us, we will start panicking. That's the time you're going to say, no, it's not time. My son, my daughter, doctor, Shaban, you said, crying out for doctor. Cry to Allah. But if you're you're testing yourself, you're rehearsing, you're practicing. Difficulties come to you, you remember. You remember Allah, you remember the Prophet. You ask madad from your Shaykh first. You're not going to curse. You're not going to say, what am I going to do? You're going to remember. At that time, the support comes to you. It's very dangerous. Because with one slip, our whole life's work may be cancelled. It's dangerous. So you sit and you remember the danger. Don't sit and worry and stress yourself out for nothing. Sit and say, Ya Rabbi, I surrender to you. This is my helplessness. I complain to you about my helplessness and my dirtiness. And I'm asking you, Ya Rabbi, please, for the sake of your beloved ones, make me to hold on to them tightly and not to let go. Not let go. You cannot let go. If you let go, even if you are a good Muslim, that is the first punishment to you. Because you say, I don't want to belong to any flag. Bruh, even the prophets, they're going to be under the flag of the Holy Prophet. As it is in the military, not everyone is going to rush to say, I belong to this military. It's going to be according to your unit, according to your division, according to your team, according to your group. How you think it is going to be on the Day of Judgment? Allah is saying, according to rows, according to groups, under their flags. Which flag you're under? Oh, I know which flag you're under. You're under your own nation's flag. Because no nation is teaching we have to be under the flag of Rasulullah ﷺ. No nation. They took that flag, which the Ottomans, they have put it up and it's flying high and proud with a full ceremony. Every day they would take it out with ceremony. The Prophet ﷺ's flag, the flag of Khilafat. That when we were there the first time, we stood where they put it there. I opened my hand and asked a prayer that it will be in our lifetime that that flag is going to be put there and we're going to see. And we're going to salute and we're going to kiss that flag. Before you know it, I turn around and so many people around us from different parts of the world. And I'm looking, where are they? They're asking us to pray for them. That flag, it is closed. They've hidden it. It doesn't matter. There are still flag bearers, those who are holding the flag. So we must run for that. What are we doing here? We're not here to make our dunya better. This dunya is already good, alhamdulillah. Especially living in this country. You don't have to run so much living in this country. It's coming. So many people. I'm traveling, I'm looking. They're so much sincere. So sincere, more sincere than so many of you. Life is so difficult, but I don't see complaint in their faces. To them, they accept it. I have to work to earn nothing. I have to work to earn for this system that is just going to suck everything out from me too. And I accept, and there is protection there because the world is not grabbing them. They don't go falling drunk into this world too. So when they say, please pray that we get better and richer, I said, no, don't. Imagine when they have everything that we have. This is a huge test. So in a night like this, we're asking for Akhirat. We're asking for a good death. We're asking that all our problems that we have, the big ones become small and the small ones, they disappear. Amen. When you are not busy with the things that Allah is busy with, He's going to make for you to be busy with dirt, with this dunya. Don't be. When you're busy with both, one day you'll realize this one is more important, not this. May Allah open our hearts, inshallah. Amen. May Allah open our hearts for Him and for His beloved ones to be. Amen. We're asking Allah to open their hearts for us to be in their hearts. Amen. Ya Rabbi, forgive us. Make us to become strong. Amen. Make all the hypocrites to go away from us, Amen. Ya Rabbi. We're asking that we don't have hypocrisy in our hearts. Amen. And to keep us under the feet of our Shaykh dunya and akhirat. We're asking for all the troublemakers to come down, Ya Rabbi. Amen. Ya Rabbi, don't test us. We are too weak. We are too dirty for you to test us. We're asking you to have your mercy on us for the sake of our Shaykh. And to give us real strength to be able to carry his work, Ya Rabbi, until we die. We're asking protection for our families, for our children. We're asking blessings for everything that you've given us. Amen. We're asking you for health. Don't test us with ill health, Ya Rabbi. Amen. We're asking you for cure of every illness that we have. Amen. We're asking you, Ya Rabbi, for this whole world to turn to you, Ya Rabbi. Amen. We're asking you to give us energy to keep fighting. We're asking you for more intelligence, Amen. And more clarity, Amen. And more certainty, Amen. In this way. Amen. We're asking you, do not open our hearts to confusion, Ya Rabbi. Amen. May all the confusion and all the people of fitna be away from us, Ya Rabbi. May they fall, Ya Rabbi. Amen. We're asking you, Ya Rabbi, open our way for us to bring the shahadat and to bring the love of our Shaykh to everyone who is seeing us, everyone that is living in this face of the world, Ya Rabbi. Forgive us, Ya Rabbi, for the sake of SahibulSaif. Al-Fatiha. Amin. Allah. Assalamu alaikum. It's been on, right? Yeah, at least. Alhamdulillah. Any questions? Anyone has? Anything anyone wants to say? Sit down. Don't move. Too much moving. Every time I sit down. Why you go? You have to go to the bathroom? You have to go wee-wee? Oh. Yeah. Any questions? Anyone has? Go ahead, Daddy, quickly. Yes?
It was mentioned that the Prophet said that at the age of 40, if your good deeds are more than your bad deeds are more than your good, then you should be worried. Is this something that a person would know by just reflection, or there are other signs that would be there to recognize that?
If by the age of 40 a man is not knowing that he has wasted his life, then he's in big trouble. The word of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, if by the age of 40, if a man's good deeds is not more than his bad deeds, then prepare yourself for the fire. That is a warning. Would any believer, when he reaches the age of 40, say, oh, Alhamdulillah, I don't fall under that category? Any believer is going to say that? Any believer, have you ever heard 1,400 years, any believer saying, looking at this hadith and saying, I'm weighing, I pray more, so I'm safe? Or is every believer afraid? Is every believer afraid from this? They are. If Hazrat Umar, radiallahu an, he is afraid that he is going to be called a munafiq, what about us? This is the problem. Because the Muslims, we are not studying the lives. You only know how to give fatwa to each other by this ayat and this hadith, but you don't know the lifestyle of these people, of the Sahabi Kiram, of the Tabi'in, of the awliyaullah, at least the awliyaullah living in your midst, in your country, in your nationality. You're not studying it. Nobody is studying it. They cancel all of that. So how are you going to learn? How is it possible for us to learn so much from 1,400 years now? It is impossible. Hazrat Umar was afraid that he was going to be called a munafiq. The same Hazrat Umar, the Shia under Shah Ismail, when he massacred all the Ahl Sunnah, because that whole area there, it was very strong Ahl Sunnah, it was 600 years, even more. When he came, he massacred. It was a genocide that was there. Nobody talked about it. Of course, they only say, oh, conflict, Sunni and Shia. That is the time he made it a law for the mimbars, for the imams to curse at the three Sahabis, at the three Khalifas, to curse publicly. And they made it into a national holiday, Bayram, for the one who assassinated Hazrat Umar. They made a tomb for him, and every year on the day that Hazrat Umar was assassinated, they made it into a big feast, into a Bayram. More I can say, you can find out. Don't trust what I'm saying. You can find out up till today, what they're doing, how they're depicting Hazrat Umar. That's why you have to have the Ottomans to break the backbone, because you pass your limits. So Hazrat Umar was afraid that he was going to be called a munafiq. The list was given by the Holy Prophet ﷺ to a Sahabi Kiram. He says, this is the list of munafiqs. And everybody knew he had the list, but Prophet says, don't tell anyone. And he didn't. Everyone tried to ask him. Like this, he says, no, I cannot. The first one to ask him whether he's on that list was Hazrat Umar. So what is our now attitude towards a hadith like that? It is enough now to say, I didn't do well. I didn't do good enough. How are you going to know? Look at your life. Look at what you're busy with. You don't know nothing. You don't know Quran, you don't know Hadith. It's okay. It's okay. You don't pray too much. You don't know. You don't go seeing sheikhs or this or that. It doesn't matter. Look at your life. From the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep, how much time I'm busy with remembering my Allah. Not worship, not namaz, not salah, just remembering my Allah. Giving thanks to Him. Remembering my Prophet ﷺ. In a day, in a week, in a month. How much time? What shakes my heart? What makes me to cry? What makes me to laugh? What makes me to think? What boils my blood? What cools it? All you need to ask. When you say it is mostly 99% dunya, then you know I'm a little bit of a trouble. If you are checking and you say, I'm upset about the injustice that is happening in this world. I'm upset about the dishonor that they're giving to Allah and His Holy Prophet ﷺ. I'm also upset I don't get enough money or I'm having trouble this, but all these things also occupy a place in my heart. I like to go and to visit the awliya Allah. I like to hear stories about them. It's like they become alive. And that time you can sit and you can calculate. You need 40 years for your blood to calm down. You need 40 years for you to understand what a mess and what a prison this world is. Because when you're 20 years old, you will never think this world is a prison. Which is why Allah is praising those young ones that when they're young, they're running after Allah's way. When you're young, you think you'll live forever. But once you get more and more experience, then you discover, oh, this dunya, yalan dunya. Everyone is disappointing me. Everyone wants them. Then who? Where am I going to turn? Turn to your Lord. You think whatever you felt Holy Prophet ﷺ did not feel? Whatever disappointment you have, whatever hurt you have, whatever betrayal you have, you think Prophet ﷺ did not feel? He felt more. He felt for his entire ummah. He felt for the prophets. So don't be alone. Don't be alone. This is what modern life is teaching you. Be alone. Pretend you have thousands of friends. Pretend they care for you because they always text you and they always like you. Pretend that, but you're alone. Where are you going to hold on to? Who? You know who is alone and who has cut off all hope from Allah? Shaitan. Shaitan. Is that true? Did Allah cut off all hope to him, from him? No. So you see, today's people, they become shaitanic. They cut off all hope from Allah. They think they're alone. No, it is forbidden to be alone. Only Allah is alone. Allah saying to His angels on a night like this, what are they asking for? What are they asking for? My creatures. The angels are going to say, they are asking for better dunya, Ya Rabbi. Allah is saying, open the way. Are they struggling? Are they working hard to open that dunya? He says, yes. Open the dunya a little bit for them. Close the akhirat a little bit for them. Allah is asking, what are they asking for? These are the ones they're asking, Ya Rabbi. They're afraid and they're asking for you. They're asking for me. Open the way to me more. Because they're asking for me, I give command and order for the dunya to give to them. so that they're not going to be busy with this dunya. Allah never forgets us. And He has given us this, for this ummah especially. This is the Bayram of the angels. This is the Eid of the angels. And after this is going to be another Eid for the angels, which is Leylatul Qadr. This is the other holy day for us, after Bera'at, which is Leylatul Qadr. To this nation, Allah has given what is only given to the angels too, not to the other nations. Yet, look to see what people are asking. They only ask for their heart to be satisfied. They think they can be satisfied if I get this woman, if I get this man, if I get this money, if I get this sincerity. Sincerity? They are looking for this world. Sincerity is to understand. Qul huwa Allahu ahad. He is Allah. We are in need of Him. We are running to Him. He will show us. Each and every one of us, He will show us something different. But He is far away from us. There's nothing that we can describe Him with. Sincerity. Ask for more sincerity in a night like this. That's why I'm asking sincerity and intelligence. This tariqat is not just copying, just going up and down. You have to break the idols that is inside of you, your wrong understandings, your wrong attitudes. That is the most difficult thing to do. To make a zikr, to fast, to make namaz, to recite, to memorize, not that difficult. Why? Because even munafiqs can do that. But only the sincere ones are going to say, I have to destroy this. But it is me, it is a part of me. You think it is. Your stubbornness, it has to be destroyed. And that time something will open. Through those cracks, more light is going to shine through. You're going to lose more of yourself. Yes, you're going to start dying. What does dying means? Giving up. Doesn't exist anymore. It's not important anymore. Everything you hold on to be most important that is not for the sake of Allah is going to start dying. It's not important. We have more control over it. May Allah give us more sincerity, inshallah. Ameen. Wa min Allahu tawfiq al-Fatiha. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum. Right. Any other questions? Ya Allah. You have tea? 50. It's pretty late. It's 11:45 right now, almost 12. Those of you who want to leave and you have to leave tonight, I'm not that happy if you have to leave tonight, but if you have to leave tonight, then go. What can I do? If something happens to you, I'm not responsible. This weekend. You want to stay, stay. If you want to go rest, you can rest. We have a couple of things we have to do a bit later on for prayers. So pace yourself, inshallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yes, we still pray. We're not just going to fight our ego. We also have to pray. All right. Yes? What are you saying? Astaghfirullah. What I do? I didn't do anything. Yes? That's it? You have a question? Say, inshallah.
Inshallah, once a person that Allah SWT is giving them forgiveness, what's the way after that the person can continue from that point to show thankfulness that Allah SWT is forgiving?
How a person can show thankfulness? after the... What kind of question is that?
How do you change after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving you to show that you're thankful for that? How do you express that?
How do you express thankfulness to Allah? Thankfulness for what?
That you were doing, that you did so many wrong things, and He's giving you this opportunity that He's showing mercy to you, and now He's opening your way to stop living in that wrong way.
Bismillah.
Living in that wrong way and start living in a way that's pleasing.
One sign that Allah has accepted your tawbah is when He connects you with one of His friends, with the awliya, with the Shaykh. There's an open sign. If Allah is not accepting your tawbah, He would kick you away from His presence and the presence of the believers and His friends. But if He's accepting it, no matter how bad you are, no matter how many wrong things you have done, there's a sign that He has accepted your tawbah. Now you are in front of that friend of Allah. And you're saying, I want to be with you. As Allah is saying, it is a command, be with the Salihin. What does be with the Salihin means now? Is it just to sit once a week to be with him? Now this is to your level of faith and to your level of sincerity. If you think that Allah is forgiving you for everything and has made you to come close to one of His friends, and if you think it is enough for you just to sit and to look at him and to smile and ask for prayers and then to go back, then that shows your level of faith. Who is your example then? That Allah has forgiven and joined to His friend or His beloved ones, and what they do. Who is your example? You don't look at any example, you look at yourself, you look at kafirs, you become like that. You become ungrateful then. But if your example is the Sahabi Kiram and the Awliya Allah and the Salihin, you know then that time they say, I dedicate my whole life to this way. As the Sahabi Kiram they did. They were people who buried their own children. Yet when the Holy Prophet ﷺ appeared and they submitted to him, that time, for the sake of Allah, for the sake of His Prophet, they're willing to cut off all ties with everyone who is against the Prophet ﷺ. And they ran for his mission. Yes, there is a mission. Prophet ﷺ had a mission, he has a mission. The mission is still continuing. The Ummah has a mission, it's still continuing. This is what the Muslims, they forgot. Until the Ottomans were taken down, until the Khilafat was taken down, the Muslims had a mission. That mission, no, it's not to have nuclear weapons. It's not to have good GDP. It's not to eliminate poverty and have more education and more healthcare. That's not the mission. All those things come like this and like that. Or Allah takes it away like this or like that. But they had a mission. The mission was the Prophet's mission. That's why the Prophet's flag is there. But Muslims, they lost that. Now their mission is just me and my family. What you want, the best of this life. Not too much, just comfortable. What is comfortable? What TV is showing? What TikTok is showing, that one. This lifestyle, this Facebook, this Instagram, like that. This is my vision. And this is my mission. It's not like that. In fact, things start falling down when we stop struggling against injustice. In any society, in any civilization. Once you say, well, we have to be political, we have to accept all these things because we need to grow and become more rich and more comfortable, that's when Allah will take away haybat from you. Because you're not standing up for those whom the Prophet cried over. Who? The widows, the women who have no husbands, the orphans, those ones who have no rights. And you're not looking what is making this oppression, what is a system that is oppressing, and you're not rising to make that system to fall, then you lost. Then that time you're part of them. I mean, we cannot do anything. We should not do anything. There is no permission for that to change things with our hands. We speak, who listens? Not with your tongue, but at least in your heart. Don't look at this world and say, it's so nice, it's so comfortable. Why? Because I live in suburbia. Don't. Be with the hearts of the Salihin, then you start looking at the world the way that the world should be. Look through the heart, look with the eyes of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. Then you're going to understand. Look to the eyes of the awliya Allah, you'll understand a little bit. Your heart will start opening. What is going to break? The idols in your heart. Then you're going to say, what is my headache compared to this? What is my heartache compared to this? What am I doing? I cannot reach, my hands cannot reach there. But at least you can reach to those ones who are reaching to there. Yes, Muslims had that mission once. Mostly it's lost. So now there's some, they still have this energy. They don't know where to go. So they just go arguing with each other. Is it hadith, is sahih, or is this daif, or is this false? Make fatwas to each other, fighting to each other. Then there are some that they've completely destroyed that spirit, and only little bits of pieces, people here and there, having that kind of a spirit. And then there are those that says, no, spirit should be, you should be busy with the books. Bury your whole face in the book. Don't look at anything else. Start swallowing the books. Start memorizing. Because the world needs more scholars. It's showing Prophet ﷺ, he was an ummi. No prophet was a scholar. It is not that. This world has more scholars than it ever has, but it's not changing. It's not changing. It's becoming worse and worse every day. We're seeing that. May Allah keep us in protection, inshallah. So how are you going to show your gratitude? Now, your heart and their hearts, their objective and your objective, their will and your will, you're saying, let me try to bend it towards that, and then you will see. Because you're not going to get any satisfaction doing anything else. It's going to be meaningless. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I've heard also. Eat, you have bapi sweet. You cannot do 100 things, then do 50. You cannot do 50 things, then do one. Then if you're sincere, you say, okay, this year I do one. Next year, I cannot just do one. It's not enough already. I want to do 2. I want to do 3. You're going to find a way to be satisfied. But don't be stuck. Bismillah. Okay, Vashka. Yes. Ramazan geldi, hoş geldin. Yes, Ramazan abi.
You give something about being with Salihin. I'm going to ask the question. Sahabi Efendi asked this question to Prophet ﷺ. They said, Ya Rasulullah, when we are with you, we're so peaceful, we don't worry about anything. But when we're going outside, we're losing everything. Is there any way we could hold on to that high? And Rasulullah says, no, you cannot. If you can, Melek, you can see the Meleks, and the Meleks can do salams to you. Same thing. I'm asking the same question. Is there any way that when we're coming here, getting all this help from you, and then is there any way we can keep it in this real world?
Yani, this is also a real world. You mean your world? That's not real. That world is very fake. This is real world. Man came to Hazrat Isa. Because you asked me the question, I'm going to give you a heavy answer. Because you know me, I know you. Man came to Hazrat Isa alayhi salam, saying, Ya Ruhullah, I wish to follow you. Because Isa alayhi salam is showing so many big miracles, no? And he says, I want to follow you. You look at the men up and down. He says, for you to follow me, sell everything that you own and give it to your neighbor that you hate. Then you can follow me. Guess what? The man said, it's okay. I follow you from YouTube. I'm not saying that about you. I'm not saying that about anyone. Please, let me say this over and over again, just to be clear. Never have I said, sell your things and then give to your neighbor who hates you, or give to me or something. Nothing. Okay? Sahabis are called Sahabis because they have sohbat. They have association. When they have association, sohbat with Rasulullah alayhi wasallam, then they have that hal. They have that feeling. They have that station. And they went through difficulties, but they have to give up from the fake world to enter into that world. Once they enter into that world too, how they realize it has to fit into the work of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. When it doesn't fit into his work, which means there has to be submission. People have that love here because we put that love there. And it's easy for you to be here when that love is there. When you are in that hal. What if that hal is taken away from you? What if that love is taken away from you? What if we say, okay, now work towards that love? Now what are we going to do? It's easy when that love is there to have a big feeling of submission. How long is your submission? You've been here since 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Started making zikr 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. It's easy. When that hal is there, that feeling is there to say, I submit, I love. But that is just a bubble in this whole life of the Shaykh and the Dergah, of the association. There's just one. What if there is no association like this and there is no zikr? And all you have to do every day is to go up to the mountains and to chop wood after Fajr and to come back at Maghrib time, eat your dinner and go to sleep. You think you'll still be in a hal? You have this whole idea. There are people who have ideas of Dergah. I lived with those ones before Shaykh Efendi found this. And they have such fantasies about Dergah. It's good. I'm not saying anything. I don't know anything. I never say anything to anyone. They say, oh, it's going to be so nice. Shaykh is going to be next door. He's going to give sohbat. We're going to make tea. We're going to drink. It's going to be so nice. I was worrying. Because coming from Asian background, coming from military background, you know, it's never like that. And looking at Shaykh Efendi, it's not like. But Shaykh Effendi always pat them like this. I say, Alhamdulillah, like that. Maybe forever it's going to be like that. Maybe it's different, but each according to his comfort level. No. But what if we have to do that? And when Shaykh Effendi had this Dergah, then he started training the murids. He started breaking their hearts. It's not their heart, it's an idol that is in their heart. He keeps breaking it. This is wrong, this is wrong. They started cursing back at him, and they said, this is a cult, give me back my money. Yeah. Any words you want to use today? What? Mental abuse, physical abuse. And we're saying, I'm going to knock you wall to wall. You know what this is. You're going to know, you're going to learn, easy way or hard way, about your relationship to Allah and how to be clean and come back to Allah. Yes. Because the Shaykh was showing love. And they think that it is just like that. There's not other things. But when the Shaykh Effendi opened here and started showing himself more as a Shaykh, oh, so many. They started to turn their backs. So many. Saying this is a cult. So many. Even saying, you're not a Shaykh, you're Shaitan. Yeah? So many. They're saying, you're not my Shaykh. My Shaykh is Shaykh Maulana. My Shaykh is Shaykh Abdullah. So, when there is this hal, which by nature of its definition is not supposed to be permanent. When that is taken away and that finishes, what is left there? This is what we have to be concerned with. That's why this is not the way of being drunk. Drunkenness is a hal. Later you become sober, then what? So people who are sober, we even become suspicious when you're drunk, saying that this is not going to last forever. I know you mean something else, but let me just open it up like that. Because people also come and they just want to be drunk, you know. It's okay, yani. We can give them that too, but this is not the only thing that we're offering. There's other things. It's not the honeymoon. That is a marriage. That is life. You go through honeymoon, it's only 1 week if it's 1 week. Later you start fighting over small things. If your idea of marriage is the honeymoon, since when Muslims have this idea? If your idea of marriage and responsibility and love is according to whom Allah loves, what He wants from us, that time is going to be different. You're even going to be suspicious of, yeah, this is nice, but this is not the whole thing. It's going to be difficult. Then that time the sweetness will come through everyday things. Sweetness will come. You don't need vacation, you don't need fancy this or that. Simple things. And you will taste simple things. You'll be happy. Every day you're going to say, Alhamdulillah. Difficulty is coming, say this is giving us salt and pepper. So this hal that we have every now and again. Before it passes, when you're having it, say, Ya Rabbi, make this, change all this so that my heart does not change when this changes. My heart still remains the same, good or bad, the rose or the thorn. This is my Shaykh, He's going to give me what is necessary for me. Which means what? I'm asking for more submission to Him. For more submission. If not, if the hal is what you're going to get, we may become like Ibn Salama. He was the one, he was living with the Ahli Sufa. He was living in the masjid, in the jami. And that's what he was doing. But after a while he got bored. The hal finished. How can the hal finish? The hal finishes when you're not looking to what makes the Prophet smile or what makes him sad. You're looking to what makes yourself smile or sad. When it's not, the hearts are not together, it's separated, then it's just up to the person to. So he says, I'm asking you, can pray that I become rich, he's saying. Prophet ﷺ looking, what a strange request. And he's saying, don't you want to be poor like your prophet? And he's saying, no, Ya Rasulullah, let me become rich so I can help so many people. He asked again, Prophet says, not necessary. He asked again, not necessary. Third time he asked, Prophet prayed, and whatever Prophet prayed for ﷺ is given. Someone gave him some sheep. He started giving twins. Before long, his business started to become bigger. And he moved out from the jami to outside. He started to come only during prayer times. When he got too busy, he started coming only once a week. When he got so busy, he starts only coming once a month. And the Prophet one day saying, where is Ibn Salama? All the Sahabis, they just looked down. When the ayat and the order came, Allah is saying, now take from them. Take zakat from them. And he sent two to go and collect the zakat. These two Sahabis, they went to Ibn Salama. Now he has hundreds of sheep. He's very busy, very successful because Prophet prayed for him. And he's saying, order came for us to take zakat from you. And he says, is he asking us to bribe him now? They were shocked. This was someone who spent all his life just in the jami. Which again shows, while he was in the jami, his intention was also wrong. Because you don't change just like that too. Which is why in our way we're saying, look at your intentions, look at your intentions, look at your intentions. Always change them. Are you sure? Test your intention. He said, go and collect from the other ones first and then come back and I'll tell you. So these ones, they go to another Sahabi that Prophet ﷺ has given him the job of business. Like you. And we said, really, the Prophet says, yes. Every 40 to give one. He said, take everything. Sahabi Kiram saying, no. Order is 1 out of 40. Then take the best out of this. He says, no. You have to take what is fair. He gave, he took, he went back to Ibn Salama. And then he says, no, I'm not giving anything. He cannot take bribery. He cannot take anything from me. When they were approaching, Prophet ﷺ looked at those two Sahabis that collected all the zakat approaching, and he says, oh, Ibn Salama, you have lost. You have lost, and you have lost. 3 times. 1, you have lost your title of being a Sahabi. 2nd, you have lost this dunya. There's no blessing there. 3rd, you have lost in the akhirat. He finally woke up during the time of Abu Bakr Siddiq. He wanted to give zakat. Abu Bakr Siddiq did not even see him. He refused it. He says, you didn't give in the time of the Prophet, you're going to give to me. During the time of Hazrati Umar, he tried to give again. Hazrati Umar says, you offer it one more time, I will cut off your neck. So, the love, that is submission. The submission, that is the love. When your hearts are together, just by looking at that person is happy, you're happy, without any speech. Person is sad, you're sad, without any speech. You're 1,000 miles away, you feel the same thing. Then you want what? Your aim is always to please that one. At that time, then you're going to run. If you're there every day, if you're there once a year, you're always going to run to make sure that one is happy. And that time, you are together. ومن الله التوفيق الفاتحة. Inshallah. As much as we can. Ya Allah. Okay. I know some of you want to be here. You want to do. The way is not open yet. Keep it alive in your heart. That's more difficult. Keep it alive. One day it will come, inshallah. And if you cannot be with the friends of Allah, at least be with the friends of Allah. But everywhere it's coming with its own secret and with its own difficulties also. Don't think, my life is so difficult now, I cannot be with you 24 hours. It'd be so nice if I'm with you 24 hours. That time, 24 hours to be next to us, comes with its own difficulties also. But something that I've thought about a lot. At least the difficulties we are fighting with in the Dergah, with our Shaykh, things that really matter. Before coming here is nonsense things. Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? Yes? Alhamdulillah. Shukr. Nothing? Yeah, they're so boring. Okay. I'm going to go to Turkey. Those ones, they never leave me alone. Huh. Yes? Where? Yes, Sajid.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. She put Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our heart as a beloved. It seems we have to detach ourselves from all the attachments and emotional relationships we created all our life. How to detach from there without hampering any of the relationships?
How to have my cake, eat it, and still have my cake too. You cannot. I said also, I gave an answer to this. You weren't listening. What did I say? I say simply, let me say one part of it. Once you have Allah as priority, everything else will also fall into priority. Then you'll know how much to love, when to love, who to love also. It is also there because everything is under there with Allah and those whom He loves. Because we're not saying, so stupid to say, for example, I only love Allah, I don't love the Prophet. Whoever think of that, right? I only love Allah, I have no love for the Prophet. Not for us, not for our way. How you can separate Allah from His Prophet? If it's not because of the Prophet, we would not be in existence to know Allah. Showing kind of a low level. Yes. Did Allah come down to you to say, turn to me and look at me and love me? No. Allah sent a messenger. Yes? Good. So, once you love, your priority is Allah, then everything else that Allah loves, that is also helping you to love Allah, it will also be there. It's not disappearing, but it will be within limits. It is not too much or too little. And that time you say, this is just this thing. I don't like this person, but what he's saying is just, he's trying to fight for good things. You'll say, I love that too. One that you love, let's say in your family, but he's standing up for oppression and wrong things, but he's your family. You say, no, for Haqq's sake, I don't love that. He starts falling into place. Do you understand me? Good. So it is not saying you cancel everything out. No. You must have love of Allah and the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and all those whom Allah loves. Will also be there. Not at the same level, of course. Then you're going to understand step by step how I achieve Allah's love. Okay? Don't get so drunk to think I'm only going to go into meditation and this light is going to hit me and then this bubble going to come to me and then I'm going to float somewhere and then I'm going to be with Allah, I'm going to like this. No, don't think of it like that. You understand? Go down very humbly as how the Sahabi Kiram went through. How they had the love of Allah in their hearts. Don't look at anything else. Don't look at philosophy. Don't look at books. Don't look at stories. Don't look at movies. Don't look at anything. Look at Sahabi Kiram. Look at the companions. How did they have the love of Allah? By serving the Prophet ﷺ, by submitting to the Prophet ﷺ. You understand? You cannot go to Allah directly. You cannot. So now the question is, who is going to bring you to the love of the Prophet and to the love of Allah? Who brought the Sahaba Kiram to the love of Allah? The Prophet ﷺ. He is their guide. He is their murshid. He is their shaykh. So now you want to go into the presence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to love. There's someone who's going to prepare you for that. You cannot prepare by yourself. And that one who's going to prepare you, that one has been chosen and trained to prepare you. That one may be completely different from you. That one may be the poorest person. That one may be a person who does not even know how to speak well or this, or it doesn't matter. The secret is put there. And that one is now going to start cleaning you up to make you, to prepare you to meet with your Lord. But there are so many steps before you meet to your Lord. You understand? So how to have the cake and eat it too. I'm telling you, there is no cake. Or I'm saying everything is cake.
So if I'm doing what you just said, and rest of my family members is not understanding, first of all, is contradicting to every point they point out, and every time when I'm coming here and going back, they see me a little overwhelmed and they try to pull me down.
How you are overwhelmed? Like you're floating in the air?
Like, yeah, like it's a different energy when I go back home from here.
Right.
And somehow
are you telling them, oh, you have to pray, otherwise you're going to go to hell? And are you saying things like that?
Nothing.
Okay, don't say like that.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to make them understand that when the Quran was revealed within Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Don't make them understand. Don't fight. Don't quarrel. Don't explain. They see you are different, just say, I'm a little bit drunk, that's all. What you do? Whole weekend I was somewhere drinking. See, we're drinking. Or eating cake. Tell them, I'm just overwhelmed with cake. Don't explain, don't fight. They don't understand, they don't understand. Leave it. Just leave it like that. Don't think that now you also have this savior instinct. Now you have to tell people and bring them. No. At the same time, people are going to say there is something different about you. It's okay. Learn how to hide it too sometimes. Do something crazy. Understand? Because you know they're not going to understand. That is also marifat, no? That is also knowledge. To know how much someone can understand or not. When you're with children, talk about toys. You can still talk about truth, but using toys. Talk about toys. Don't talk about philosophy or jewels. You just want to hide it. Don't be on this thing, I have to convert them, I have to convince them. No, it doesn't work like that. But if they start attacking you, then that's different, depending who you are. If you're underage, living with your mother and your father, you're eating their money every day, you're not producing anything, they curse at your belief, you cannot say too much because you're eating their food. Yani. If you are the father of the house and you pay all the bills and people start attacking you, that's different. You have the right to defend. You say, draw the line to say, Lakum dinukum waliyaddin. You, your religion, and to me, mine. Don't enter into this subject. Don't talk. We'll get along really well. Let's talk about toys or cake. We don't enter into this. You understand? You have the right, which you must. Draw a line. I'm not saying attacking or fight. Just draw a line. Don't enter into this. Don't talk about this. Be quiet. You have that authority, you have to use that. Otherwise, you're going to be questioned. You don't have that authority, you cannot say so much. Okay? But don't fight. You have to be strong now. A little bit. Okay? And anyway, they have all sorts of ideas. It's okay. It's not the first time. But tell them to come. Tell them, come for zikr. No, astaghfirullah, they're going to say. But they're going to melt. They're afraid the shaitan's going to melt. There are some people that they came here and said, no, I will never, never, never. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 7 years. And they come. They say, oh, it's not so bad. It's actually nice.
But I only fear they can ask you weird questions.
All of you are so boring. I would love some weird questions once in a while. Okay, asking this, I have my cake and eat it. This one saying this one saying that. Come, say some weird things. This is 12:30, this kind of questions. You know what kind of questions come at 2:30 in the morning? Weird question. 3:30, 4:30. Oh, I want to wish for that, but all of you are sleeping. Shaykh Efendi every week would give sohbat until Fajr time. People go cookie, they go like crazy because of lack of sleep. Then they start asking him, you see their eyes getting rounder and rounder. And he would speak, it's so interesting. That time we watch and we say, Subhanallah. It was good. So, never mind, let them to ask. I had so many people ask me weird questions before. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. I had somebody ask me a question. They say, do you know about the hadith that the Prophet says angels don't appear, come into a house that has pictures? I said, yeah. Then why you have pictures? I said, it's not pictures, photograph. It's not photograph of cat or mountains or dogs. It's a photograph of the friends of Allah. They're not pictures. They're the faces of the friends of Allah, that Allah is looking to their faces. That Allah is saying, if Prophet ﷺ is saying, when you look at the Rijalullah, the Rijal of Allah, they will remind you of Allah. That's why I'm looking, because they remind me of Allah. If you put picture of yourself or your daughter or your father, you're never going to say, I worship them, no? But what are they reminding you of? Or picture of yourself when you were younger, 10 years ago. Every time someone, this is me 10 years ago, I was doing this and this. Nonsense. Nonsense. What we're doing when we look at pictures of our sheikhs, we have to watch ourselves. He is looking, Allah is looking. Immediately we pull back, remember Allah. Yeah? So, that's okay. It doesn't mean we put candles in front of their pictures. Now I have to make another explanation to people. And saying put candles, they're putting candles everywhere. Putting some, next time bring some fruit, put there also. Yeah? Put fruit, put oranges, and then put some incense there. Finish, complete. There are places in this world that there is awliya Allah, Muslim saints, and they go to unbelievers, and the unbelievers see a lot of karamats coming from them. They start worshipping them. There are places in Malaysia and Singapore. They start making idols of them. This one, they say, they're very powerful. And wearing turban, they make idols of them. And then they will always pray to them. Over 100 years, they're praying to them. Even those awliya say, don't touch them. They are people. But we don't do that too much, okay? I mean, this is already pushing it. Especially when we're not covering the pictures when we're praying. It doesn't matter. This one, they're saying, now we're worshipping fire. I'll say, Allah, Allah. There was electricity in the time of the Prophet. In fact, electricity is bid'ah. Isn't it? Fire is sunnah. So, but we don't push it. We know how to balance it a little bit. Inshallah. Okay? Yes? At home you put fire in front of picture, Shaban? Because you come from Bangalistan, that's why. You put the tiki also. Children?
The children in the house, a lot of children, they see Sheikh's picture, your picture, and they say Allah, Allah. And they kiss themselves. I don't know what kind of, from where they got this idea.
They can see other things. Yes, of course. They see other things, especially kids before the age of baligh, maturity. Other worlds are open to them here and there. They are surrounded by angels. They are surrounded by angels. Yeah, they drive us crazy every now and again, but remember that they're surrounded by angels now. They are always protected. So they see things that we don't see. They feel things. Understand? So it's more direct. Alhamdulillah. All right. What else? You didn't eat your babi soup? You talk too much. I feel also. Yeah. MashaAllah. There you go, Ruch. Don't be shy. Any questions? You see? Bring them. Let them ask me weird questions. I can answer. Oh, we see so many people asking Shaykh so many weird questions.
My mom keeps bragging about our dad being a peer and our granddad being a peer. I said, okay, they were, but you're not. You have to follow that.
Tell her dad being a peer?
My mom's uncle.
Is he still alive?
No, he's not alive.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
Shahadat. You declare Shahadat. So, I'm not saying anything about him. He worships a lot, yes. So what if you go to seclusion? It's okay. Doesn't matter. There are so many unbelievers who don't eat and drink more than 40 days. All those Hindu type people, all those Buddhist type people, they are stepping on their ego. And Allah gives. Allah is fair. He's not saying, no, only the Muslims are. No. Muslims, they are not keeping it. Allah takes it away from them too. Unbelievers, they are holding it. He gives.
That's what was written when he stepped on his nafs.
That's all. Yeah, but stepping on nafs is not just about eating and drinking. What is everything? It's not about detachment. Your words are still very stuck there. It's not detaching. What it means to detach. We're not Buddhist or Hindu to be detached. Prophet ﷺ, did he cry? Did he cry? You don't know. He cried. Did he laugh? He laughed. You think your Lord cries? You think your Lord laughs? Yes? Good. Then what are we seeking for? Detachment. What you have to be detached from, it is your ego. It is your nafs. It is yourself that is saying, there is only me. Worship me. I'm the one who's most important. You know the test whether you have that or you don't have that, whether you are keeping it in control or not, you know what is a test? What is a test? The test is if you're following someone that says, submit to me. It's not about not eating or not drinking. No. It's when you submit to a man who has been appointed to you by Allah. That is when you start fighting against your ego. That is what broke Shaitan. The angels, they're made from nur. They could have said, they're not so stupid, you know. The archangels, they could have said also to Allah, He's made of earth and mud. We're made of light. In fact, they're made of a substance higher than fire that Azazil is saying. But they didn't. You know what it means to prostrate to Adam alayhi salam? It means to submit. To say now he is Khalifatullah. Insan Kamil, the pure one, the one who's representing his Lord, that's the time when authority is given to him. So the test, whether you're fighting against your ego, it is not whether you seclude yourself or you pray with your foot up in the air or you do this or you do that. It's when you have a shaykh and the shaykh breaks you. You know how the shaykh breaks you? To break your ego, like they say in our way, the shaykh is going to put you, is going to cut you into a mince meat, going to put you through the meat grinder. He's going to grind you. He's going to make you to become kofta. He's going to feed it to people. That is more difficult than not eating or drinking. After you don't eat and you don't drink, you know there is an enjoyment that comes from that too. You complain first week of fasting, after that you're on a high. Biologists, anyway, clever, test tube, smart tube baby people, they are saying, physically what happens? The body starts what? What? What healing itself? You know nothing. Starts eating itself. Starts consuming itself. Autophagy, isn't it? That is what happens when you are fasting. What happens? All your dead cells, that your cells die before you die. Bruh, you're dying now. Your cells keep changing. It keeps dying and being born again. And all those dead cells that is everywhere, that if you don't fast, it turns to become cancer. When you fast, it starts eating all those dead cells. It starts eating itself. And then it burns with such a pure energy that yes, physically you will be on a high. Forget about spiritually, mentally, and everything. So that's fasting. That's fasting from food and drink. Imagine if you're fasting from hearing the wrong things, what it does to your hearing. Imagine if you're fasting from your eyes, what kind of energy is going to come? What things are you going to see? Fasting from all other things. Imagine if you're now fasting from your ego. Your spirit now will have more energy to return to its source, to Allah. And that's the time it's going to be what? It's going to be iftar. Real iftar. You understand? So, that is a sign now. Person, yes, they're good. They can be holy. Yes, they can even be some friends of Allah. Yes, they can. There are so many different levels anyway. But everything is structured and ordered. And everything is structured and ordered so delicately. The air that we breathe is structured and ordered so delicately. If you upset it a little bit, it'll destroy you. So with wilayat also is structured very carefully like that. But our shaykhs in this tariqat of Hazrat Abu Bakr Siddiq, our peer, this is the tariqat of all the Sahabis. Because this is the tariqat of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. And you want to get higher education. The end of their way is the beginning of ours. And it's going to be everything that you never imagined. Yeah. But it's difficult. The most difficult thing to do is to submit to another person. Do you understand? So, if they say, my peer says, they're very good, they appear. Don't argue, he says, very good, they are. We're not here to become holy. We're not here to become pir. We're not here to have detachment or this or that. We're here to learn submission. We're here to become servant. Huh? To have that. You read too many comic books. Yes? Okay. Yes?
Question is, for us movies, so we can stay connected and our mind, when we're especially in dunya, is not distracted.
You have to pack up everything and come here. I will put you to be imam for Fajr prayer. Zuhr prayer. Asr, I'll give you a break. Maghrib, you're going to lead. Isha, you're going to lead. And then you're going to make zikr. Inshallah. You're going to be smart. You're going to invest something. You don't have to work so hard. And you're going to relax here a little bit. That time, you're going to see. Okay, yeah, but you have a different question. Say.
So for somebody like who's so far away spiritually, how can we try to live in the moment? Is that in our tariqah, and especially when in the company of the awliya Allah, so I'm not wandering away and concentrating on the real moment, which is highest.
Let me take it back. There are different ways of falling in love. Some people fall in love because it makes them feel good. That is a very low level of love. But they complain about that one too. Then there is a proper way of falling in love, when it's not about whether you feel good or you don't feel good, but you have to make that one. You're looking at that. How that one's heart is shaking, how that one is, your heart will also feel. Then it's not about a moment or this or that. You are concerned about what is worrying that one, trying to help. Sahabi Kiram, they are concerned by the work of the Prophet ﷺ, how to make him more happy. Look at our peer, Hazrat Abu Bakr Siddiq. When he was attacked at the Kaaba, he was knocked out unconscious, no? When he came to, what did he first ask? Where is the Prophet? How is he? Are you at that level? Work towards that level. Yes, that time you're going to get very emotional about that one. You don't have to show no one. And if that one is saying to you, go to the barn or clean the bathrooms, you're going to be happy doing that. If that one is looking at you, you're going to be happy. If that one doesn't look at you, you're not going to be sad. Because you're concentrating on the work that he is doing to make him happy. He may test you. That is when he's going to test you. The love that you have, he's going to take it away. then you don't have anything. And you're coming, but you still don't have anything. You don't feel anything. There's a test. It's easy for people to stay when there's something is given, no? Something is given, you can stay. But what something is not given? What if you're blocking it? What if nothing is there? That's why people quit. What? You're happy if they give you a rose, but if they give you a thorn, you're not going to be happy? What kind of love is that? What kind of obedience? What kind of submission? But having hizmet, then you can concentrate on that. It doesn't matter what your mental state is. You know you have to clean this up, you have to do this properly. Whether he praise you, he doesn't praise you, you know this is part of the link. I do this is important. People appreciating, I have to cook, I have to clean, I have to do something, you're concentrating on that. Then that time you're happy when he's happy. Then that time you're going to be happy with very little things, not big things. He's going to throw you scraps, you'll be so happy. You don't wait for a banquet. Scraps, you're going to be happy. When he trusts you enough that you're going to feel like you are a dog. As Shaykh Maulana says, the characteristics of a dog that the prophets and the awliya they have. Are we having that? We should, because the prophets they have that. Awliya Allah they have that. Or are we the kind of dog that when they give us meat, we get so happy, but when we're hungry, we growl at them? So let me turn the question around a little bit. Where do you see? Do you see yourself as a kitmir? Kitmir is the name of the dog that was with the SahibulSaif. Do you see yourself as a kitmir? You have to go through a lot of tests for that. Okay? And we always say, may Allah save us from that. And because it's not so easy. They will test you. But what is the measure that they trust you with that? They let you stand guard where they sleep. You don't have to worry. So don't look at the words that they use. Look to see what kind of work they give you, to see whether you're trustworthy or not. Understand? If you don't have work, run to find work. One way or another. Brother Bayram, you sleeping? Whole night long you sleeping. Wait, I'm going to fix you. Wait. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Anything else? Oh, I'm going to make you to stay here until Fajr time. It's okay. What are the questions?
It's about the shaitan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My question is about the shaitan that attacks while we are praying, especially after we finish reciting At-Tahiyyat. Since we are almost at the end of the prayer, at that point, it's trying to change the imagination to something else. How can we prevent that from happening?
Nothing.
Usually I think about this place and this comes automatically when that happens.
Yeah, that's good. Very good. In reality, when you say At-Tahiyyatu, who are you giving salams to? Prophet ﷺ. You can do that.
It happens after that, after we do the Shaban. Sometimes it happens that half the way I'm like, Alhamdulillah, I'm doing mistakes in reciting Alhamdulillah. That happens too. Like, a lot of things happen during the prayer that we don't usually need to think about at that point in time.
After you give salam, smack yourself. Okay? See why you think like that. Smack hard. Or if you're praying with uncle, tell him to smack you. Big smack. As tall as you, okay? It's okay. Say astaghfirullah and then do something else. Okay? Say astaghfirullah. Our prayers are not worth to be presented to divine presence. They're not. You understand? So, declare your weakness and say astaghfirullah and try. That's all. What else? Some of you look at me like you want to kill me because it's very late. Alhamdulillah. Yes, what do you say? I'm drinking tea. They're very selfish to you, huh? They don't give you tea. What can I do? If you're smart, you're going to have one tea here. Put a boiler with the tea. Women's also. They make for each other. At least you're going to stay awake. Drinking tea night like this. Not going to sleep so much. It's only almost 1 o'clock. What time is Fajr? And 3? 5:40? Oh, 4 hours. Excuse me, 5 hours. 12:45, 1:42, 3, 4, 5:45. 5 hours. Oh, so much. I can tell Mustafa to bring out the oud and start playing. Even Mustafa is like, come on now. Oh, I'm going to call Banderas to take the guitar and sing Bandera song. Ooh. Astaghfirullah. Any other question? Do we have question from there? You select one. Let's see. Now I'm in the mood to answer questions. Eat cake. Eat cake. There's bapi sweet there. Eat it. Gives you energy. Yes, Ali. It's like when Shaykh Efendi calls you to his room, and then you're walking to go to his room, and then you feel so lonely, and you feel so exposed. But then maybe Mustafa is there. Mustafa says, don't worry. It'll be okay. He called me before. I'm going to be with you. similar like that. You have a love, you have a connection to Shaykh Efendi. But it is more than you can ever imagine. Which means that in essence you are different from him. Yes? In essence you are different from him. You may be part of him, but in essence you are different from him. You must always feel that. You must always feel that distance. And when it is just you by yourself, it's showing now. Don't come to holy presence alone. You must always have a dost. You must always have a friend. So who is your friend now? Even in the way you have to have your friend. Who is the one that is going to make you to approach that, make it to become a little bit easy? Find that. But that loneliness is only when you're approaching him. If you're practicing that loneliness, Prophet ﷺ is not practicing that loneliness with his Sahabi Kiram. He's not living that loneliness or expressing that loneliness in the 23 years that he's living with his companions. Don't get mixed up. With his companions, there's a reason why they called Sahabis companions. They are always with him. Especially Hazrat Abu Bakr Siddiq. In fact, they were so with him so much that Allah has to give ayat to say, it's enough now. It's enough. Leave him alone. Let him relax a little bit. Yes? Are you like that? Are you like your Prophet to be always in Jamaat? To cry with others and to laugh with others? If you are, that's good. Try to do a little bit more. Because when you cry with another person, whatever you're crying about, you forget also. Because you cry for the other person. No? When you look at your problem, you say, my problem becomes small in comparison. It makes you forget at least. When you laugh with another person, do the same thing too. The Prophet ﷺ was not in that chasm of loneliness when he's with Sahaba Kiram for 23 years. It's only on that night. And even then, Allah gave him that dost, that friend, which in real life, let's say real life, life of this world, he always had Hazrat Abu Bakr Siddiq. If not Hazrat Umar, if not Hazrat Ali, if not Hazrat Osman, always with him. If not Hazrat Abu Huraira, radiallahu anhu. There are many that they serve a purpose. That the Prophet ﷺ is also showing a part of himself and his life that he may not show to the others. But is this just to make him feel better in this life? No. That's why I'm saying we cannot lose sight of the mission. We cannot lose sight of the objective. We cannot forget that. What is our objective? What is our objective? It's very general. What is our objective? What is Shaykh Efendi's objective? Our objective has to be his objective. What is his objective? It's to bring down kufr. With that, to bring the light. You cannot bring the light without bringing down kufr. Then you're going to look at yourself. How do I bring down kufr? Am I doing that every day, every month, every week? What am I doing? I cannot bring that. That one is trying to do that. How am I supporting? Is that something that is burning in our hearts? If it is other things that are burning, that fire will put out other fires. It will. It must. It must. When you look, it's still a blessing that we know the suffering of this ummah. It's still a blessing to us. But knowing that suffering must burn out all our small personal sufferings. We say, this is not important. I'm not important. It is to burn bright and strong in this time of darkness of Dajjal, and to know what is Dajjal. And to watch out if that trick is reaching us. Yes, even in the Dergah. How is that trick and how is that trap reaching to us? Is preparation for Hazrat Mahdi alayhi salam. How are we preparing? How are we preparing? Yeah, there are different things we can do. If it's something that is so basic, yes, that's something, but you cannot forget the intention. Otherwise, you look at the job and you say, this has nothing to do with it, it's boring. Because I want to have spiritual horse and weapons and to fight. No, it's not like that. Yet. You're lonely. Why you feel lonely? What does it mean, lonely? Is it lonely because you are separated? Or is it lonely thinking you're alone? If you're thinking that you're alone, then that's wrong, because you're never alone. Only Allah is alone. Then you have to know, I'm separated. What am I separated from? You will say, I'm separated from this one, this one, this one. Is that one whom you have to be connected to reach to Allah? No. It's my son, my daughter, my wife, my beloved one. As to change, because we will be tested with that. You're going to be tested with everything that you love. Allah is guaranteeing. So like what we said before, if you don't fall in love with the Prophet, then your faith is in very bad shape. Yes? Prophet ﷺ, he says, if you don't love me more than you love, what?
Your father, your children, and everything in the whole world.
Including yourself, then you have not reached to complete faith. You know what it means when we don't have complete faith? We will be in trouble. So the one that you love, is that one making us directly, now that you have tariqat, not in a philosophical way, to make you to love Prophet more, to make you to lose yourself in the Prophet ﷺ? No. Be careful. That one is still an idol. It will get you into trouble. Nothing is going to happen to the idol. Yeah. You understanding? Anything else? No, that is the meaning. Allah doesn't take it back unless the person drops it. Meaning it's not there anymore, then Allah will give to someone else. Allah does not take it if that one is not dropping it. When we give something to someone, we want it back because we want it back. Because it's our desire to have it back. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is taking it, it is not for Him again. He takes it and He gives it to someone else who can carry it. The most important thing is Islam. There's nothing else more important than that. Not our mother, father, the wealth of this world. It is Islam. It is faith. And Allah is warning the believers, if you don't carry it, Allah will create a people to give it to, or Allah is going to give it to people that you look down on. He'll change their hearts and they will be able to carry it more than you can. Does that mean that Allah is taking the faith away from us? The most important thing is the faith, and Allah is warning us. Never are we going to say, especially in a night of destiny like this, never are we going to say it is you. You did this. And a night like this, as Shaykh Efendi is saying, how we make intentions and what actions we make is going to push the pen of destiny to write. Whatever the pen writes, it cannot change. But Allah is giving us, the only creature in existence, the ability to have that small iradat, that small will power. The only one that has willpower is Allah, and we have a measure of that. To say now, you can change. And if you make one step, Allah is saying, we'll take 10 steps to you. If you walk to us, we will run to you, Allah is saying. How can we ever now say, what are you doing? How you can do this to me? So we have to look back deep in ourselves and we have to understand the answers that's given to us. Not to make the answers to fit into us, but to understand what it is. To submit to that. After a while, your brain cannot take it, I submit to it. Our brains cannot take anything. Still thinking today, I say, how they can transfer pictures from one phone to another? How they can do that through the air? Yeah. So if you cannot carry it, then someone else is going to carry it. That's for me. For you. That's for everyone. Now, I'm not going to sit here to debate that, or to try to understand that too deeply. I'm trying to understand in a very simple way what I'm supposed to carry, what I'm not supposed to carry. Start with something that's very clear, very tangible. To lead prayers, to give sohbat. If I'm not doing that, at least, what good am I? But you know it's more than that. I know it's more than that. Because sohbat is limitless. There is no time, there is no day, there is no world. Ask how many sohbats they've heard me giving in their dreams. Am I saying it's me? No, Shaykh Effendi, of course. But isn't it clear? Nah, this guy was telling me, he got so sick, he was very sick, until he saw me in his dream. I came to him and I hugged him. That he feels well. Shaykh Effendi is using me. It's okay. But I have to do my work. Now, I may have a different, let's say, mental state. Can you sit down small somewhere? Huh? Just sitting there like Buddha. You come from that part of the world, the Bamiyan Buddha. Huh? I'm going to put a bomb to you. Lodi. I always have to, you have to keep the Lodi down. Otherwise, they're going to try to take over you. Right? Kind of doctor you are. So what I say? Oh, yeah. I may be very depressed inside or sad or this or that. Something is happening like this. And there's a lot of things that's happening. But who cares? Do I have to show? No, I don't. I'm just like, let's say, a dentist. If I'm a dentist, then you have to give good work. Who cares whether you're depressed or you're sad or this? You have to give good work. Clean the teeth, do something, right? I look at myself just like that. You understand? Not trying to make it to interfere. So, and of course, sometimes I'm so upset, people will know. Sometimes but for the most part, I think I hide it pretty well. I'm looking at Shaykh Effendi. Okay, maybe Shaykh Effendi is showing more. He has that right. I don't. Now, knowing the limits also of that. He has that right to show. I don't. He has that privilege. He's a Shaykh like that. I don't. It's okay. He's treating me different now. Astaghfirullah. Don't worry. It's only 4 hours and 20 minutes left till Fajr. You want sohbat? I'm going to give you sohbat. You see these kids? Hours, they're sitting down, they're just staring at me. They don't understand what I'm talking about. Where they're sitting. Some of them they do, of course. They're not playing, they're not doing anything. When they're young, it's okay. They become haywan a little bit, it's okay. But this one, something is happening to them. Imagine they have this every week, couple of times a week. Something is, I don't even have to teach them or yell at them or do this, they know. At time you can move according to the condition and the situation. You know, it's like this, you're going to be like this, like that, you're going to be like that. They have to know dunya too. We're going to show them the dunya according to our eyes, not according to the eyes of kufr. Then they make the decision. Maybe they're going to leave. Who knows? They're people too. What can we do? As I was saying, that one who goes up the mountains and collects wood, does you know that we are remembering him tonight? But more that he is in the mountains, more he's in love with his Shaykh. More he's separated, more hull he gets into. He gets more drunk. He starts talking to the trees, to the birds. Saying, you know my Lord? You don't know my Lord. You know my Shaykh? This is my Shaykh. It's not so easy also. He's forcing himself into it. Then everything he's seeing says this is mashallah. We have salams from Hazrat Shams. Alhamdulillah. Okay. It's okay, Bayram. Sleep, sleep. Close your eyes. You look so ugly when you try to keep awake like that. You look like those Chinese dragons, the lions sitting like this. Did you eat any sugar this week? Why are you saying Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim? Like I'm shaitan and you're running to Allah? Huh? But did you eat sugar? He didn't touch it. That shows he's trustworthy, Yani. Huh?
At Quran Karim, there's an ayat mentioned about one nation. When this person thrown to Jahannam, and they were begging Allah, Ya Rabbi, we thought we were worshipping you. All these years, we never do shirk to you. But Allah says, no, you were at shirk. So who is this? I mean, who Allah? What kind of person Allah mentioned in this Quran?
That the person is claiming, I'm worshipping you my whole life, but Allah is saying, no, you make shirk to me.
Yes.
Who? Majority of people. Listen carefully. That is a hidden shirk. If you're not aware that you're making hidden shirk, then your ego is going to fool you. How you're going to know what is hidden shirk? It is so hard to find because it is hidden. As the Prophet says, it is harder to detect than a black ant on a black rock in the darkest part of the night. This is what tariqat is supposed to be, Nakshibendi tariqat especially, to look at the hidden shirk that we have. You understand? To say, I prayed, what happened? I fasted, what happened? We finish praying, we say, Astaghfirullah. What have you brought to me? Nothing, Ya Rabbi. I brought to you only my disobedience. Those are the proud ones. So if you're not understanding what is hidden shirk, you associate. What is that? Who do you associate with? Who do you think has more power over Allah? Who do you think can speak for Allah? Who do you think is his partner to interpret things for Allah? Yourself. If you don't follow the Prophet ﷺ, which he never says is a partner to Allah, he is Abduhu wa Rasuluhu. You don't want to follow that. You are now saying, I'm going to represent Allah, myself. Then you're not aware. So many things that you're doing, it is doing for the sake of your ego. How are you going to know? Find a shaykh, slowly. It's just changing some intentions also. Changing some feelings inside also. Then that time you're not going to do the thing to get praised. You're not going to do the thing in order to get out of trouble. You're just doing it because it's the right thing to do. You don't look to see too much. You're going to look at the work. So we're not going to pray because if you don't pray, Allah is going to punish. So we pray so that Allah can answer our prayers. No, we want Allah's will to be over our will, as you like. If Allah doesn't answer your prayer, you're going to stop worshipping Him? No, He deserves to be worshipped. So learning that your will is not important, other people's wills are. Who? Which one? Who? The will of the one that Allah has put over you, that one's will, the Prophet's will, alayhi salatu wasalam. Your murshid's will, that one is more important. Then you're going to take step by step to proper tawheed, proper akidah. You cannot depend on your own faith also. We depend on the faith of our Shaykh and the faith of the Prophet ﷺ. How many of us we're saying no, Prophet is more important than anything else? We've never been tested. Maybe other people, they've been tested. That says give up Islam, otherwise we're going to kill your wife or your children. Right now there are people like that. Right now there are people who sacrifice their own children, who sacrifice themselves. We cannot say that all the way in tariqat. We have not faced any sacrifice. So we cannot be proud. Yeah, we're living in luxury, so we pray. What if it's half of this luxury? Are we going to pray? What if everything is taken away from us? Are we going to pray and worship? What if we're going to be punished severely if we worship? Are we still going to worship? So, after we worship, we say astaghfirullah. May it be accepted. Always, no? The Ottoman way. May Allah be pleased with it. At time, we're not putting our will to that, as Allah likes, inshallah. Yeah. You're meditating like a Buddha again, huh? Never mind, he worked so hard today. Okay, who's sleepy? Put up your hand. Can go to sleep. Okay. What is this? Sharab? I mean syrup? Huh? Astaghfirullah. Oh, sarbat.
This question is clinging in my mind right now, and it's a little bit controversial. So,
and you're accusing your family of having weird questions? But I like it. Keep it going. Those who want to leave, they can leave. Huh? It's only 1:20, you see? Wait a little bit, 1 hour later. What kind of question is going to come out?
Maybe second time I did smoke pot or weed.
Astaghfirullah, I didn't hear anything. Do you hear anything? Somebody, right? Okay,
So the question is, does this really help in any way to enhance a little bit of spirituality in the
Brett, you didn't hear the question. You hear the question? Huh? Someone rephrase the question. Ruch, you rephrase the question. Give him the microphone. Rephrase it, but don't. Does? Louder, Brett. You have volume? Huh? Turn it on. No, it's not.
It's does this chemical enhance you spiritually anyway?
Yeah, say it more direct.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Does chemical like weed, ayahuasca, mushroom, enhance spiritually in a person, even if for a little bit?
I tell you the questions get weird. See? It's 1:30. Okay. Gloves off, huh? This is the time of the night I take off my turban too and I start talking. But let's bring it down to. So he's saying, does pot help someone spiritually? What you mean spiritually?
Like for someone, say his heart is not as soft, he's unable to somehow understand the unseen realm.
Okay, from soft heart to unseen realm, very big. One is here, but never mind. I'll bring it back to order. Okay. Does pot help?
Does it help?
Pot will help you to get into shaitanic world. It will get you into the jinn world. It will help you. You want to enter into that? You will enter into that, no problem. No need zikr even. You take that, it will enter you into that other worlds, shaitanic worlds, because that world is also belonging to the world of shaitan. That's his race. And they are very unreliable. You understand? They will show you something that is good, but it's not. They will show you that it is paradise, but it's not. In fact, they use pot to give to the hashashins. It's hashish anyway. And they make them believe that they're in paradise. They put some woman, they put some this, and then when they come to it, they say, oh, they're not, they're in hell. They say, you have to take more. So, I said before, if you're very, very thirsty, you want to drink water. If I give you 1 cup of toilet water, you're going to drink it. It's going to slake your thirst. You may not be thirsty anymore, but it's toilet water, yes? It's going to make you sick. Not everything that quenches your thirst, not everything that is wet is good for you. Do you understand? So, not spiritually, not your spirit. Shaitanically, yes. No matter what, even if you imagine this or you imagine that, and they will show you, because this is not the world of, as far as it's actually beyond the senses of this world. It's not the physical world. But there are thousands of worlds that is not this from this physical world. And those worlds are not even coming close to the world of Malakut, of the world of the angels. So why you want to make zikr? To get a high? No, wrong reason. That is hidden shirk. That is hidden shirk. It's like, why you want to fall in love? Because it feels good. People like to fall in love because they like the idea of falling in love. It's not with the responsibilities. You know what is love? Love is going to that flame and burning and disappearing. That is love. No, it's too hot. I don't like that kind of love. Then that is wrong. But you may imagine it is love. Low level. Do you understand? No, there's no shortcuts. Okay? Even if you claim, I don't care who claims what, 124,000 prophets never did that. Okay? Yeah. And smoking, just cigarettes, is haram. Doing all those things, it's no good. Okay, it's very common in this country, Yani. We never open it. We don't want to discuss it so much. You know it's bad. You pray. Try to get away with it. Okay, that's your business. I don't want to know so much. Even if you tell me, I turn my head and say, I didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything? No, we didn't hear anything. Is that sunnat? Yes, that is also sunnat. But this is not permission for that. We don't give permission for anything that is forbidden. Okay? Now you have another, you're going to ask me, but what about LSD? It is still.
I leave the chemicals apart. Let's talk about the herbal thing.
Talk about what?
The weed.
Oh, not chemical, but herbal. Not chemical, but herbal. All natural, organic. You listening?
I just want to, okay, I understand what you just explained, but why when I
No, shh, listen to him, let him speak. I didn't hear anything. When someone else, you are imagining.
Okay, I was imagining consuming it and every
No, imagining. And?
The question basically, why the opposite happens?
Which is?
Which is like, okay, I keep getting the waswasa, you shouldn't be doing this.
Good.
You should be going and praying.
That means you have enough faith in you.
So
that's good.
It happens, especially when I consume it, my dunya desires goes off and the spiritual desires turns on. Like, okay, you should be doing this. Don't
It's okay.
do this. You did this all day, it's not right.
That's okay. Sometimes shaitan to rope you in, they will tell you so many good things, so many true things. Can shaitan speak haqq? Yes. Does shaitan lie all the time? No. They can speak haqq. Sometimes they fool you by saying 9 good things, but 1 thing is wrong. But you swallow that. Next time, he's going to say 8 good things, haqq things, 2 things are wrong. Slowly, before you know it, he's just saying 1 good thing and everything is wrong. But you say, it's okay. It's still 1 good thing. Why it does that? Everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created, it is for the service of mankind. Everything. Yes, including that. But not the way that you're taking it. Everything. Every leaf that falls to the ground is a medicine for mankind. Because Allah has created everything in this world and all the other worlds for mankind. Because only mankind can know its Lord by looking at creation. You use it the wrong way, it is forbidden. The water, if you drink this during daytime in Ramadan, this is forbidden. This becomes haram. It will cause damage to the body. Something good. And Allah clearly is saying, do not take intoxicants. Something that can make you to become drunk. Don't take it. This is water. It's halal, but this makes you drunk. It is forbidden for you. Do you understand? Now, you come to that point now. Who do you trust? Allah is saying this, but I feel so good. And I'm able to be so cool and to do this. Before you know it, your body starts moving to reggae. Before you know it, your beard starts matting up. You start speaking with a thick Jamaican accent. What are you going to do that time? Huh? Because all these people, they're cool, man. Then what are you going to do? Nice people. I've met them. They seem to be really nice, really cool. But if you start seeing it with the eyes of haqq and with the nose of haqq, oof. You'd rather be in the dirtiest toilet. And believe me, I've been to the dirtiest toilet. It's in Chinatown. But you've been to the dirtiest toilet than to smell them on them. That one is organic. This one is shaitanic. So everything is organic, yani. Allah has created everything. But Allah is saying doesn't mean it's good for you. There is a use, but not like that. Now, certain secrets are opened up. They're used for this or for that, but not for enjoyment like this, to lose your senses. Yes?
What about medicinal use?
This is what I just said. If it's medicinal, now it's starting to open up. Okay? But even if it is a medicine, these kinds of things which is from haram, can you make it to be halal? You don't make fatwa for yourself. And you don't make fatwa for yourself that it is halal because I went to Dr. Google and I see all these proof that this is, and I try it myself. No, you have to have permission. This is what it means to have a Muslim community, a society. Someone will have to give you permission to use it, otherwise there's no blessing. And that one is not only a scholar, but it has to be someone with that vision, a friend of Allah. It doesn't mean, no, I'm not smoking, I'm using it for medicinal, but you play with yourself. I'm going to like this, too much of this time, and then it also becomes something else. I know people who know the difference, who have done that wrong thing, trying to stop, knowing it, like this, like that. And then they say, if I take this one too much, it affects me, I'm trying to pull. Okay, those people, they are fighting, they're struggling. They're not trying to find an excuse, they're not trying to find a reason to hold on to say it's okay. Well, you pray for them. You understand? That's different. But even as medicine, there is a thing called fatwa. It's still binding, you know. And they have to research and they have to look at everything properly. Not Facebook fatwas. But now, how are you going to have fatwa that is binding? There's no office of Shaykhul Islam anymore. There's no Shaykhul Islam, not Shaykhul Islam, Dr. Okay? Not that kind of Shaykhul Islam, but appointed by the Khalifa. So you don't have that. You don't have that in Muslim countries. Everyone is like headless. Okay? Anyway, think about it. You don't have to like my answer. But oh, now you wake up, huh? What?
Why is this so common in India, Pakistan, and the focus on entering other worlds? I have not heard other tariqas from other parts of the world focus on that so much. Just from that area, so much that it's all about just entering other worlds.
It's also in other parts of the world. I can speak for Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is only the most populous Muslim nation in the world, but I speak for them. It's very attractive to them also, but especially if you're island, close to water, that kind of a thing happens. Why is that? Because people like to taste. People like to be drunk. It's another different kind of drunkenness. It's another different kind of feeling, knowing that this world, these five senses is very low, but you want to feel something else beyond these five senses. You understand? And when you have different tariqats with different concentrations, and all that is broken for the Akhir Zaman, and all you hear about tariqats and saints are the miracles, all you hear about tariqats and saints are the karamats, all the unusual things, and people then want to have or to experience those unusual things. That's why they enter into tariqat. Then what do you expect? I mean, 99% of us expect that too, and we do see it from time to time, but the Nakshibendi ways don't concentrate on that and be suspicious of that. That's also one of the reasons why I don't bring up these stories too much. So, it is in different parts of the world, but that's when they reduce tariqat and Sufism to only these things, heavy. Then what do you expect people to be busy with? The Nakshibendi way, it is the way of the secrets of Risalat. There is a reason why Holy Prophet ﷺ did not base this religion on miracles. He did not. He had more miracles than all the prophets put together, but he did not establish this religion on miracles. Correct or no? If anything, he's showing the weakness of man, of his Sahaba Kiram, to teach us a lesson. Certain things are supposed to go according to his way properly, but he's letting it to go the other way. Uhud, for instance. To teach the Sahaba Kiram and to teach the Muslims up till Judgment Day what can happen when you have the nature of man. This is how you're going to behave. Do you know why? Muslims are not really understanding Christians also. Their religion is based on miracles. It's all about miracles. It's so important. The basis, let's say, of their belief that he is Isa alayhi salam, is whatever they claim him to be. It is part of their catechism. Right? They nailed him to the cross, and then he died, they brought him down, and then came back to life. It's a miracle. You're supposed to believe without questioning, miracles. And everything is filled with miracles. Just believe and something will happen. America, they taught you from grade school, no? Just believe. Believe what? Believe who? Clap. Clap harder. Believe, and he's going to come back to life. Who is that? Peter Pan. That's another Jesus Christ, but you don't know it. Just believe and something is going to happen. That's not the way of Islam. Believe is something else. To live according to your belief is something else. And you must then follow, submit, step on your ego. Then Allah, wait for Allah now to open the way for you. And if something doesn't happen, it's because of you. You don't say, why Allah, you're allowing this to happen. I prayed, I did this and I did that. No, something is wrong with you. As Allah is saying, everything good is coming from us and everything that is bad is coming from your ego. So, Sahaba Kiram, there were times they said, we did everything right, but it didn't happen. What happened? There's no victory. What happened? They have to find what went wrong. There's one particular battle, they found out that they were not using the miswak when they're making the wudu. That is why they lost that battle. What that happens, what that does to a man, it makes him more, what? Intelligent, more accountable, not to just rely on your idea of what is miracles or not, of the unseen. Because we're still living in the world of cause and effect, no? You're relying on that, and you have full belief of that, then that time, if it's only 313, and you're trying with everything, then you may defeat thousands. Yes, that may happen. We have to be a bit careful with this because when Dajjal appears, he is going to show many, many, many miracles, many karamats, many unusual things. He will show it. This world is primed and groomed to believe that, from popular media to TV shows to this or that. Nobody takes... You see, this is a country that 400 years ago, they burn anyone, especially women, who go into the woods at night to collect herbs, saying she's a witch, right? 400 years later, the TV shows, they're showing witches. And the high schools, to become a witch or warlock or this or that is common. Now they have a church of Satanism, right? See, when there's no Shariat, Isa alayhi salam did not come to bring Shariat. If they had followed Isa alayhi salam's Shariat, they would have been proper too. But they didn't. They want tariqat, that they twist to themselves. So there's no Shariat, because the Shariat is going to be according to the Shariat of the Bani Israel. But they don't want that. They like that one who says, don't have to follow his Shariat. He comes with a new Shariat. So never drop the Shariat. You understand? You understand? You understand? Never drop the Shariat. Even if it goes against every fiber of your being, don't drop it. It is wrong. but it's filled on miracles, even up to today. That is your measure of faith. When you can speak in tongues. Yes? When poisonous serpents will approach you and you won't die. That is a measure. Now, don't be stupid. We are not a nation that goes challenging. Our faith is not according to that. It's easy to do that. It's stupid to do that. It's more difficult now, day to day, in trying to live correctly. But this is the upside down of it. You think Imam Rabbani would allow these kind of things to happen? He didn't. They're still upset with Imam Rabbani. Our Imam, our Grand Shaykh, they're still upset because Imam Rabbani shut down all tarikats in India. He's saying no more singing, no more dancing, no more music. Imam Rabbani. They're calling him Proto-Wahhabi. Astaghfirullah. Why he did that? Because they were getting drunk. They were getting mixed up. Instead of taking from the pure source of the Prophet ﷺ, now they're looking, oh, Hindus doing this, Brahmanis doing this, Yamani doing that, Dina, and they take and they start to mix. And then when you mix it, a different kind of drunk happens and they like it. Up to today in India, there's still Muslims who give big respect to the Hindu devas, no? They're Muslims, don't they? There are still Muslims, let's say in the Balkans, they go to Christian saints' tombs and ask for prayers. Yes or no? Let's be open. Yes? If you left this off a little bit, we are going to deviate just like the earlier nations too. No problem. We're going to do the same thing too. If there's no real Shariat, there are people who love their Shaykh so much, yes, they're going to make him into a deity. They say, you don't need to pray. You don't need to do anything. My Shaykh is going to speak up for me. My Shaykh is they're going to say that too. They're saying that about Shaykh Maulana. So that's why they don't like Imam Rabbani. He did that. He says it's too much. Close everything. Compile everything. Go back to Shariat. At the same time, he is the Grand Shaykh of our order. At the same time, when he describes something of spirituality, none of us can understand. So according to the time and the place. Yes?
As you mentioned, there is some church in Istanbul also. People go there too. They take their sick kids, like someone on wheelchairs. And there is so many stories they mention and they find a cure. As you mentioned, what cures?
When I was walking through Bera'at, that's the area in Istanbul where the patriarchy is, the Orthodox community and the churches. We passed by the church where the Khalifa hung the patriarch because he rebelled against him. They hang him and they hang him over the doorway of the church. And they don't let anyone to remove it. I don't know for how long, 3 days, 7 days, people have to go in and out pushing his body aside. From that time until now, they closed that symbolically. They enter through a different way. I was walking by Bera'at, past that church, past a little bit more, and somebody called us in. It was a hidden church. It was a hidden church. It was just a wall there. And we came in. This man was talking to us. I know he's not Muslim. He says, please, you want to come and see? It's free. Actually, he didn't say it's free. Said, I know. It's like, let me show you a church as old as Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia is what, 1,000 years old, no? So we went inside. Saw a small church. We started giving history of the church. One wall is showing all the pictures of the patriarchs. The church itself is not opening to us. It says it's open only one time a year. It says last year, let's say out of 63 people who went inside, 60 of them were Muslims. And it says whatever prayers you ask, they answer you. It says we're not asking for money, this is this, but I'm taking care of the dogs, the cats, everything. If you want to put something in there, so we put something in there. We left. Now, what do we say to that? now, Muslims who are going to that. It is forbidden. What, you're going to go to Dajjal? Dajjal will cure your illness. What do you want? You want a loved one? You're chasing after him or her? Or he'll change the heart. What are you looking for? Wealth. Will give you. Youth. Beauty. He will give you. Just like that, Allah gives him that power. He will grant you everything. This is the nation of Akhir Zaman. And the tests of Dajjal in the Akhir Zaman will affect us. And we see there's a lesson from here, here, here. So it's not suddenly coming to us too. Where is our faith? This is what I mean by Shariat. Outside of Shariat, it seems it's so great, it's so good. Why we can't go there? Is this forbidden? Yes, it is. Don't go there. But, don't. It only appears as if it's good. But there is harm in that. They're doing it there, they said. But if you have some faith, and the faith that your Shaykh and your Grand Shaykh is bringing, you will be able to smell something wrong there. These are people of shirk. They say Allah has a son. Allah is saying the sky is going to crack open. So if Shaitan is saying, I'll fulfill everything, you're going to go to him? You can call yourself Muslim, you can be covered up, you can be praying 5 times a day, but that is forbidden. That's why sorcery and black magic, it is forbidden for us. Even if you say, give me money, I'll make something and you will get it. It's no good. Going there, yes. Some of our ikhwans going there, wants to throw up. They're like hesitating. I said, no, we have to go. We have to be strong. We have to know what it is. Yeah, you go there, you smell, you want to throw up. But you have to look, you have to see. Do we have to say anything? Do we have to fight with them? Do we have to say they're wrong? Nothing. No, we don't. We respect them that way. Yes, we do. But this is the danger too. When you get too close, you get too friendly. Same. Everyone is same. I love you so much. You're the same, you know. Although this one is that, but they're very nice. They're very nice to us. Be careful. Don't love them too much. If you don't put a borderline there. They can be really good in everything, but there's still wrong things. You cannot, even if your heart wants to attach, you say this is wrong, you have to put a borderline there. Not to hate them, not to fight, but you have to put a borderline. Otherwise, you will get confused. You will become like that people. But always I'm hearing the Muslims are doing that. I don't hear the Christians who became Muslims and then going back to that. I never hear. India, they're doing that. Then it just becomes superstition. Huh? It just becomes the same way that they are, the mushriks they are worshipping. I only worship that God is only powerful, that Shaykh is only powerful if you ask something and he grants it to you. If it doesn't grant you, he's not powerful at all. Allah. What is this? Then where is our faith? So it's dangerous. We don't say anything to those people. They come to us, they ask, we may say, but it's a very delicate subject also. But we have to say, we have to draw the line. This is what happens when we are not holding on to the awliya Allah and proper Islam. Do you know in proper Islam, there are fatwas written even about looking at a church. They say it is forbidden even to look at a church. You know why? Your heart will get attracted. It's not because there's some squarehead Wahhabi type or not scholars saying, no, at that time their heart is weak. So we are stronger now. So to say Merry Christmas, all of these things, it wasn't allowed then because they can change their faith so easily. But now we are better, Yani. We're much better, stronger faith. No. Anything that is forbidden by Allah, there is evil there. There is shaitans there. And the shaitans will always try to pull you, always try to put something that is attractive. Yes, there were fatwas written. They say, don't even look at a church. It's not because we hate it. It's not because it's not beautiful. In some ways, like this or like that, they put something beautiful. But it's something else. It is something spiritual. Now, if you ask some people, they think Sufi is to, oh, everywhere there is God. Here is God, there is God. God is everywhere. Then there is a problem. Because Allah is saying this is wrong. Allah is saying this is wrong. Allah is saying this is wrong. So if you don't hold on to a proper shaykh, how are you going to know? You're not going to know. You're going to go according to how your heart is. And how your heart is according to how you're raised, how the society is, how it fits you.
I always thought that the Christian saints are of the same source as the non-Abrahamic religions and sort of they're people of the book. So there is some sort of validity or some...
Not when it comes to shirk. There is no negotiation. That saint or whatever, he believes in Trinity, it's wrong. There are people of the book. Yes, there are people of the book. But there are people of the book who have deviated. There are some that are holding on properly, yes, but most have deviated. As the Prophet says, and I'll go back to what the Prophet says. Christianity will deviate into 72 different groups. One of them is saved. The rest are bounding to hellfire. You understand? So many of them, they're not real saints anyway. If you look at the history of Roman Catholicism, until recently, most of them are Italians. What happened? What happened? Yes? Their popes are saints and their popes are bastards coming out left, right, and center. So, there are people who have deviated. Are they good people like this or like that? Yes, but in terms of faith now, they are wrong. You don't go to them. Are there more similarities? Yes, in some ways there are more similarities. It is with the Bani Israel, the Jews also. There are similarities in there. But you know what I'm seeing? A lot of Muslims would have more familiarity. They would go to Christian saints, but I never see them going to Jewish saints. Why is that? You're racist something? They're Bani Israel. In fact, they have more tawhid than the Christians do. They have tawhid. Yes? So why not we go to them? Freaking racist. So, some of them may be extraordinary like this or like that, but don't be too busy. Have we finished with our saints? Have we finished knowing and loving them and finding out and having connection with our saints? No. Then don't look to that too much. You understand? So many of them, they are agents of either the papacy, of course they have to be, right? Or agents of the Christian empires, which means they have to condone everything the church condones because it's the church who made them to be a saint. Church, do you trust the church? Do you trust the papacy? Then why the heck would you trust the saints that the popes made into saints? In Islam, there is no Vatican. You're a saint, you're a saint. You're not a saint, you're not a saint. People will know whether you're alive or whether you pass. And there are saints that are alive and people never recognize them that they are saints. And it's okay by them. They're not complaining. There are saints who pass, people never even recognize. It doesn't matter to them too. Their Christianity is something else, Yani. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. No, I'm serious. That's why they wear the red yarmulke. They want yarmulke because they say this is Bani Israel too, but they wear it red. Why? Complete bid'at. because he says this is the blood of Christ. But Isa alayhi salam did it? No. But you like to fix it according to. Up till today, people think Isa alayhi salam, when they picture him, they picture Michelangelo. I mean? Huh?
They say most of their visualizations is a long-haired guy.
It is, when was that made? That was made during Isa alayhi salam's time. That was made hundreds of years later. In fact, over 1,000 years later, during the time of the Renaissance, right? All of the Sistine Chapel, everything, everyone is stuck there. What happened before? What happens after now? So papacy says this one is a saint, this one is not a saint. The papacy is going to make, the Vatican is going to make Mother Teresa into a saint. In fact, when she died, everyone is saying sainthood now in Latin. I don't know, maybe Hassan knows. He studied this stupid language. If anyone knows Mother Teresa's real life, you know that she's a gangster. Not in a good way, like gangster wearing that, gangster. She trades in children, child trafficking, money laundering, blah, blah, blah, everything. And she's very tough. Needle that she uses them again and again. Because, and this is stemming from a religious belief. It's not that she says there's something beautiful about suffering. And she looked and she said something beautiful about it. Of course, this is coming from a religion that hits itself and say there's something great because we want to mimic the passion of Christ. That's why to hit yourself, to mourn like that, it is forbidden in Islam. Shaitan can get inside it and you think you are somewhere in a different world when you're hitting yourself like that. Chemically, something changes also. It is forbidden. Mother Teresa, a saint? Oh, then look at all the other saints out there. Are there good people? Yes. It's between them and Allah. Yes, there are. But we should not get too confused. If they come here, we'll speak. But Shaykh Efendi, you think I'm very direct, Shaykh Efendi is brutal. Shaykh Efendi is brutal. He'll sit down, have dinner with them. This pastor, he says, how stupid you're wearing a cross there, he's saying. It's like, so if they kill him by electric chair, now you're going to put electric chair around your neck? And they're like, yeah, it's true, yeah. Do you believe him? Is that sunnat? No. What is more sunnat to their, let's say, tabi'in? What is symbol is that? The fish. The fish. But when there's so many, when it's not complete, yani, so you just make stuff up. There are women here, I cannot speak fifth mazhab language. You make stuff up. You say, oh, this must be like this, I can make. Then it changes according to the whims. Once upon a time, in Roman Catholicism, you must only speak Latin when you're conducting the rites. And you must face Jerusalem. They changed that. When did that happen? Do you know? You know? You don't know. What do you know? Second Vatican, that's in the 60s. What happened? Hippie movement come out. So now they changed. Now they're facing the congregation. And they say you can speak in any language. So you start changing. Everything starts changing. So I don't have too much respect for that. Okay? The Christian saints, if they believe in them, good, they should. It's okay. They should believe in them. But I have Shaykh Efendi, alhamdulillah, not me. Shaykh Efendi has murids. That one day we were walking, and you know the cathedral of where? Which cathedral is that on 5th Avenue? St. Patrick's Cathedral on 5th Avenue, right? I was walking past, I look, said, let's go inside. Shaykh Efendi went inside too. So I went inside, there were some people there with me also. They went inside, and then this murid said, You know, Hoja, I feel very peaceful here. Such spirituality, especially in this station. Looking. What can I do? What can I say? Thankful I'm not Wahhabi. So peaceful. I don't know what it is. Because you're so thirsty now, somebody throw you some water, you drink. If you're looking for that kind of a thing, you must go to the church. Because there's so many wrong ones that are there too. At the same time, the stones of the church itself, whenever believers pass by, they would cry to Allah to make the believer to stop and to pray. Well, so there is a little conundrum there. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go and going to pray. There you go. We recite Shahadat. We've done that in churches anyway. But not necessary, inshallah. All Italian white people. This thing I don't get up till today. You know, the one saint, they say, the one who is a French one, what's her name? Joan of Arc, Saint Joan, right? They say she's saint. For who? For the French. For the British, she's shaitan. So who decides now? And then what happened to Christians in North Africa or in Africa? They don't recognize them. I mean, North Africa, they did. St. Augustine is North African, but he's white. Look at what he says about Islam. You still consider him a saint? What saint is going to have? What saint is it that's going to say, Ya Rabbi, make me into a saint, but not yet? This is so many that are going to say that. I want to be a saint because he was doing everything, but he says, make me to be a saint, but not yet. Later, after I get tired from everything, then make me into a saint. And he is like the, Astaghfirullah, I don't want to put the two names together, but like the Imam Ghazali kind to them. Huh? What happened to the rest of Africa? What happened to other nations? Astaghfirullah. You go to Mandir before?
Is it wrong to study the books of Revelation from the beginning till now to understand why we are?
For you it is. Stop that. Good. Good. Is it wrong to study? Yes, it is. For everyone.
Understanding,
to understand it also. Not necessary. Look, first let me be very tough with you. Look, all these things, studying, you have to have permission to study. When there's permission, there is a work that's not just out of mere curiosity, you understand? Otherwise, it is dangerous. It is dangerous. For you now, it is dangerous. You see, during the Prophet's time, Hazrat Umar was reading the Tawrat-i-Sharif. He was reading Tawrat, the real Tawrat, not the changed one. He was reading Tawrat-i-Sharif. He was able to read in that language. And the Prophet ﷺ says, don't you know, Ya Umar, if Musa ﷺ is alive, he'll be following me. He closed the book and he just concentrated on the Prophet and Quran Karim. Now, if there is a work for you to do, there is a job for you to do, there is something that is there for you, permission, and it may be given. You understand? It's just like food, Yani. Why would you want to eat everything? Just because it's there? Even if it is halal. Everybody knows how to be very specific. Like you, it has to be organic. It has to be natural. It has to be this. What are you talking about? Haram things. Oh, the haram has to be organic, has to be natural and everything. Then you'll take it. Then what are we going to put in our head, in our heart? We're not watching. Why are we not watching? This is what we're saying, fasting, no? When you start to fast, all the wrong things will start eating each other and you have more understanding. This being said, if you want to go and you want to check, you want to read, I'm not going to stop you. But be very careful with it. If there's no reason for you to do it, not necessary. You're only going to confuse yourself, especially if you have bayat. I'm just saying, no, I'm just not talking about you. When there is a reason to study it, when there's permission, yes. You understand? If you studied it before you met Shaykh Efendi, before you met me, then it's okay. But you need to know what is right and wrong too. You need to filter everything. So, you didn't break it. That doesn't count as breaking the bayat. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Yes? Let me turn this way a little bit because everyone is sleeping on this side. Ah. Yeah. Sex? Terrible stuff.
71 different deviation groups in
Your accent is so bad. Try to use other words. This is going to be abuse. Now people are going to say I abused them. Yeah. Okay, what?
It seems that as per that, according to the hadith, that deviation from the original is a rule in every religion.
It's not a rule. It's a practice. Not a rule. Don't play games, word games with me. I did this for a living. It's not a rule. Allah didn't set that up to say it must happen. It happens. Allah wants it to be like that? No. Okay? So it happens. Yes? A deviation. All right, and?
That's what I was wondering, like, why is that it is something that is the Prophet ﷺ actually warned against, that it will happen.
And? What's the question?
Why would deviation in every religion happen to that extent that it's going to go to 72 different, 73 different?
The first deviation happened when? Before the Shia conflict. Huh? The Kharijis. Okay. Let's go, let's say around that time. You have the Kharijis. Okay? That is after the Holy Prophet ﷺ's life, no? On this world. Deviations happened in his life. Were there any deviations? Yes. Like who? Huh? Like who? Like who? Deviate. You don't know? Huh? Say something we all know. Musaylama Kazab. Musaylama, the liar. Who is that one? He went to the Prophet. He kissed his hand. He took bayat. What made him to deviate? Shaitan and his ego. Fooling him to say that he is also a prophet. In fact, he wrote a letter to the Prophet. Alayhi salatu. He says, we share this with us. You're a prophet, I'm a prophet. And he married a woman who declared herself to be a female prophet. And he says, my dowry to you is, I will drop 2 or 3 out of the 5 prayers. That's my dowry for you. He wrote a surah. So why it happened now? Because he got drunk. He got fooled. Why does it happen? Because he got fooled. People who get fooled, do they think they get fooled? No. They say, I'm more right than this. But there are conditions there. Prophet says you must hold on to these things. If you don't hold on, you are going to deviate. It's not like today's Muslims saying, well, I don't know which group it is. 73 different groups, only one is going to be saved, 72 is going to be wrong, going to hellfire, but we don't know what it is, who it is. Allahu Alam, may Allah save us. No, Prophet was very specific. They deviated. Because he's not holding on to the Prophet, yes? He's not submitting to that, which is what? The words of Allah and the words of the Prophet. It's always the Quran and Sunnah. The Quran and the Sunnah, and then your rightly guided leaders, whether it's Ahlul Kitab, Ahlul Bayt, or those ones that Prophet has said, you must follow. The one, they ask him, which group is going to be saved? He says, those who follow my Sunnah and the Sunnah of my Sahabis. No, we're not going to follow the Sunnah of the Sahabi, we're going to follow your family Sunnah. Deviation. All the best reasons, you can say if they are closer to you, we love them, they sacrifice so much. Deviation. No, I'm going to follow your sunnats, not any of your Sahabi's sunnats. Deviation. I'm only going to follow your sunnat and the Sahabi's sunnat, and that's it. Deviation, because in that is implicit, follow my sunnats and the sunnats of my Sahabis, and those who come after them, those who come after them, those who come after them. There is a chain. You have to be connected to the chain to reach to the Imam. You understand? They say, no. Like so many Muslims, they're saying, we only follow Islam of Khulafa Rashidin. After that, it's all gone. Deviation. Is the deviation clear? Allah is saying truth is clear, falsehood is clear. There's deviation. Why then we are called Ahli Sunnah? Because the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ was under attack, has been under attack, was always under attack from the beginning up till now. It's a Sunnah, it is not belief in Allah. It is not belief in Allah. It is belief in the Prophet. Any Shia says, don't believe in Allah. I mean, some crazy ones, they say Ali is Allah. But even then, they say Allah, right? Then you have to follow. You have to protect. Why are the Ottomans really important now? Because they protected the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. The Iktiqat of Ahli Sunnah is getting destroyed. So this, whatever that you're doing, as much as you can, if you cannot do it, at least believe in it. And support people who believe in it. That is one way of supporting that, especially in these dark times. Don't bend it. Don't say, it's okay, it's not like this. Say, I'm too weak to carry this. That's different. But it should be like this. So where do we stand? We don't even criticize people who carry the sunnah to an extreme. Because now is the time people don't even carry it. If they carry it to extreme, a little bit here and there, we say, it's okay. 20 years ago, women don't cover their hairs as much as today, no? Okay, today they cover their hair, they put flower here, they put plant here, they put one flamingo over there, they put so tight over here. We don't say too much. We say, it's okay, we don't say too much. Don't start cursing at them and say this is wrong. Don't. They're just beginning. But that's not something that we are going to encourage our women to do. So, deviation comes when you try to have your cake and you try to eat it too. It's always like that. Why can't I have a little bit of haram? I'm doing all halal. And a little bit, just give me that, Yani. Then you find someone who says, according to Quran, according to Sunnah, it's like this, it's okay. Say, this one is real one, I follow. Everyone follow. The one says, yeah, okay, I'll follow. It's lesser. I'm reading sometimes about all the recent deviations of Islam. It's still going on today, huh? Recent deviations of Islam. And people are following. There was one in Malaysia. This man, first they take, because this is something spiritual, so they take the structure of tariqat, Shaykh and followers. They always take that, okay? And he's saying he's very high level spiritually, he's a saint. And then he say, I just came back from Miraj, this is what I see, everyone believing in him. And then he went, say, I went on a Miraj, and then I saw this Hindu something, and then he go to temple, yes, and the Hindu people say, oh, you're a very holy man. He participate in their rites. Sufiyani, right? You have to participate. My heart is a Christian cloister, my heart is a Kaaba, my heart is a pagan's, everything the same, because they understand it according to that. And then he declares himself to be God. And there are Muslims who are following him. And Malaysia is one of the strictest, where they smell anything that is, they will catch you, they'll put you in prison. Huh? And people still holding on, said no. And he had a lot of money. He set up like a Dergah. He calls it the heavenly religion. Huh? Sky teachings. Maybe he takes from Sky News Network. And then he built certain symbols, right? He built this big structure, this shape, this is, and one of the things is he make a big teapot. I don't know, go figure, you know, big teapot. So everyone say, oh, that's a teapot religion. So no, it's known as a teapot. At least it's not pot, it's a teapot. If there's a pot religion, who knows who's going to go running after them, right? So they have that. Then recently there's this, that happened some time ago, that happened in the 80s, okay? Now recently there's this woman, and she makes all these claims, and they put on social media and everything, and people believe. People believe. People like you, they believe. She's saying the real Islam, it was deviated since that time. The kalima is deviated. It's not La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasul, that means you're worshipping Prophet. It's La ilaha something, something, something, she's saying. And she's saying, and the real Islam is given to the Malaysian people. And then they do some weird things, and then people take that kind of shahadat, and people are going. And she's saying, yeah, I went to Miraj, and then I saw this, and saw that, and I did this. Then there's another Vietnamese woman who said, yeah, she went meditation, and she met the Prophet, she's saying. And the Prophet says, all those ayats concerning jihad, they added it into the Quran after I pass away. And people are believing, Muslims are believing in this, because it fits them, you see. They like that kind of Islam that is not, you know, doesn't deal with uncomfortable things in these modern times. So ask them why they deviate. They say, I'm not deviating, I'm returning to its originality.
In the beginning of the 20th century, or late 19th century, when the British were spreading in India this concept that Islam is spread by the sword, some of the Muslim scholars of that time took some early ghazwas of the Prophet ﷺ before Badr out as well. Is that also considered to be a deviation that they made, or is that sometimes allowed in a defensive mindset? Like
no, it's not. Why you have to hide anything? Why you have to hide anything? That what were they, the Muslims, before the Battle of Badr? What were those ghazwas? How were they treated, the Muslims? Were they a people that had power and everything, and they inflicted cruelty? They just want to be left alone to say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. And they cut them off from everything, and they cut off their necks. And anything that is done that time up to Badr, it is all an act of self-defense, in order to defend yourself and in order for you not to be killed. Badr was like that. All other battles are like that. So, I don't know. Those scholars, definitely they know more than I do. But you're asking me, would I do that? No, I would not do that. Why have to do anything to make the kafirs to feel comfortable about Islam? Why? Why am I apologetic about Islam? That means that I'm uncomfortable with certain things about Islam. If you are, find answers for it. Because there's nothing uncomfortable about this great religion of Allah. Some things that happen you don't understand. Some things may be wrong later on. You need to understand the whole thing too. Anyway.
I had this beautiful line in my mind once, and I wrote it down. It was like, when all the religions will deem, Islam is a religion that's going to bloom like a flower. I wrote it down. It just came.
When all religions what?
Deems down, Islam is the religion that's going to bloom like a flower. I mean, when all the religions are gone, Islam is the only religion that's going to bloom like a flower.
No. All other religions will not be gone. It will never. Until Islam takes over. It's not when they dim and then it's going to appear. No, it's not. I would rather people have religion, even if it's not Islam, than not to have any religion at all. I don't want their religions to dim in that way. Because when people don't follow Christianity, they don't follow Judaism, they follow secularism, they follow materialism, they follow their own ego. You understand? There is no fear of Allah. One way or another, whatever, they have no fear, then that's a problem. You understand? Eclipsing is something else. It takes over is something else. Never forget, for 255 years, when the Ottomans were ruling the Balkans, the Muslims were only about 15-20% of the population. 80% of them, they were Christians for 255 years. Imagine if the British came here and they ruled nicely, and they only 20%, the rest were Native Americans, which they let into their government, trade, everything they let. Imagine. No, you cannot imagine, because it's unprecedented in the world. You cannot imagine. So they think Muslims are like that too. It's their sickness. It wasn't until Sultan Selim Khan then took over. First, he brought down the Safavids, and then he went and he brought down the Mamluks, and then he took the Khilafat, that now he's ruling all of the Muslim world now. Now it tilted the balance. There's more Muslims now in his rule. We left them alone. Yeah. So the crescent, our crescent, see this? It's facing the other way. Yes or no? Or you never notice? This crescent is facing the other way. The crescent is usually the other way. This is the other way. What does this mean? It's coming to an end. This is not the beginning, this is the end. We are preparing ourselves for that. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. "39th Street, Shaykh Efendi would dim down the lights. It says people who want to lie down, they can lie down. Women's side, they will cover certain parts. Women would lie down and go to sleep. Listening Shaykh Efendi talk all night long. The men will lie down. He will talk. He will continue. Sometimes no one is there. They just stay up. People will go down, get some roast beef sandwich, come up again. Then he look at them and say, "You didn't buy me one?" Then we feel very bad. We buy him one. He sits down, he eats, he goes use the bathroom, he goes down 39th Street at 2:30 in the morning, looking at all these pimps and prostitutes walking past, praying for them, all these drug addicts, praying for them. They come out drunk from their club, out of their heads, and they look at this man wearing a turban, standing there smiling at them. He's praying for them. Sometimes he takes the car, he circles around. He comes back. We try to stay up. Why? Why? At least we can say, for the sake of Allah, we stay up all night with a friend of Allah. You don't have to go up and down worshipping too, just to be with Him. The whole aim of prayer is to be with Allah. Sometimes he would pray, of course. Then he would lie sleeping a little bit. We will be massaging his feet, because he said he has to get some messages. We wake up. We'll hear all sorts of sounds coming from 39th Street, talking about Times Square. People screaming, yelling, police sirens going off. Our neighbor from across the building deciding to walk around, showing the woman. There are all sorts of strange things. One night, Shaykh Efendi wasn't there. The windows were open, it was hot. We're lying down, trying to keep awake. Oh, our neighbor downstairs decided to smoke a lot of pot, coming into our rooms, and then he decided to watch some weird movie kind, turning up the volume, and we're like, we have to go down and say, excuse me, please, can you lower down a little bit? Yes? Who was there? You were here that I said go down and talk to them? That we can say we're sleeping on the floor like a Sahabi. At least we can say one thing. We're trying to stay awake. Different rahmat falling. It is a time of tahajjud. You're being with Allah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, what other questions? Yeah. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Yeah. Why are you looking around? You're not asking me questions, so somebody has to. Say. Yes? No, you have to take. There is a ruling Khalifa there. Very limited power, but there is a Khalifa. He's from the house of Ibn Abbas. He's an Abbasi Khalifa. He had very nominal powers. They decided to disobey him long time ago. They have their own separate kingdoms. The Mamluks were one of them. Very powerful. They were Cherkess people. Huh? Mamluk means slaves. That's another thing, that we should never confuse slavery in Islam with slavery in this country. We make the slaves to become kings. Allah is saying. So there was a ruling Khalifa, and that one has to pass it to the next one. That one has to receive from the Holy Prophet ﷺ permission and order, and he has to give that one. Why? You can't just declare. You cannot. There is a protocol that is there. One, the Khalifa has to pass it to you. The other is you have to wear the jubbah, the khirqa sharif, and you have to wear the belt of the Holy Prophet ﷺ, and you have to take the sword. Talking about swords, I think I'm missing something. Put the sword of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. That time, the authority will reign on him. If he cannot, he will die. If he cannot carry it, he will die. Then with that authority, he has to make everyone to submit to him. Then he's going to be ruling. as a Khalifa. The Khalifa has to be the one who is going to protect the Ummah and uphold the Shariat of the Holy Prophet ﷺ. So, and he has to be the most powerful one. The Prophet is saying, if there are two heads, cut one of them off. Two heads cannot rule. That is called what? Shirk. Two. There will be disaster. One. The strongest one has to rule, the strongest one has to protect. The House of Osman, what makes them very different from all other kingdoms, Muslim kingdoms, because they are known as Ghazis. Ghazi. What does a Ghazi mean? He's not there to collect the territories to make himself rich. He's there just to fight, to bring the Shahadat, to fight, and he's never going to stop until the whole world is conquered. That's what a Ghazi means. And he's not going to collect, he's not going to sit. There are signs, there are rules for that. What it takes, he gives. He gives. And who does he accept? People that are strangers, as the Prophet did, ﷺ. They love strangers. People who are attracted to them say, we're doing this only for Islam. You look at the history of Islam, when they stop being Ghazi so much, it starts going down and down. At that time, with the other kingdoms, Muslim kingdoms that are there, Mamluks, for instance, or even the Safavis, they were busy with just accumulation of power and strength, and it wasn't about bringing the flag of Islam or the flag of the Prophet ﷺ more and more. You understand? It was during their reign that the Crusaders came and attacked so many times. Not during the time of the Ottomans. During the time of the Ottomans, we went. We defeated them. We beat them up. If it's not for the Tatars, oh, imagine what would have happened. And so, in fact, Sultan Selim, the power is also given to him because, which Sultan is he? Which number? Forget. Yeah? I forget which number. I think fourth or fifth. It's not too long from, say, Sultan Mehmed Fatih. Sultan Mehmed Fatih was his grandfather, no? Or his great-grandfather. It was grandfather. You see, 3 generations. Huh? And then Sultan Bayazid, his father, and then him. When he discovered the weakness of the Ottomans, that they fall into that kind of, again, taking power and wealth and this kind of thing, which everyone does. They start taking care of themselves. Look at you. Don't look at them, look at us. In fact, he rebelled against his brothers. He was not first choice to become Sultan after Sultan Bayazid. He rebelled against his brothers. And he said to his father, you cannot rule so much. It's not working. We have enemies everywhere. The whole Ummah is going to fall. You want to make peace with the Shias, they've already made massacre to our Sunnis. It's going to fail. And he said to his father, step down. His father became the first and maybe the only Sultan to step down, and he became Sultan. Then whatever he's doing to clean up in the Muslim world, message was sent from the Abbasi Khalifa approving. Sultan Mehmed Fatih Khan made the ships to sail over the mountains. He made his troops to sail over the deserts that has never been sailed before, never been passed before. And he is the one who says, Prophet is walking right in front of us. Let's walk. And he brought them there, otherwise impossible for him to bring down. So there are signs when someone is given that divine favor. So, then, where's his history? Foolish Muslims now saying, if only the Muslims stop fighting with one another and they cooperate with one another, they're going to achieve so much. So which Disney cartoon you've been watching all your life to think it's like that, so simple?
When Sultan Pakistan was capturing Istanbul, you said there was an awliya inside Istanbul at that time who...
Yeah, he died.
Was he a saint or like...
Yeah, Muslim. I'm talking about Muslim, yeah.
Inside Istanbul?
Yeah, of course. There are quite a few. Yeah. We visited one of them, remember? There was even one who was way back then also. He was Ahlul Bayt. Remember the one? We went to, were you there? In Bera'at? Yeah, you were there. And he was Muslim. And his work was just giving water to people, remember? Huh? He was a Sahabi. And through giving water to people, because he has the light of the Prophet ﷺ in him, people started to become Muslim because of him. Then the emperor seized him, find a reason, and they executed him. But don't you know that's even more powerful? When you kill a living saint and you bury him, he is even more powerful. They say when they are alive, they're like a sword in a scabbard, in a hilt, and when he is passed, it's like it's unsheathed. You take it out. Yeah. So, there were other saints that were there also. Yes, it's always been.
That's how the doors were open for considering the people.
Yes, in the spiritual way, yes. And when that permission was given, then the physical way, like this or like that, then it opened, then they're able to penetrate inside.
During the Ottoman Empire, sultans that were there, I know you're saying that Imam Rabbani brought like the Sharia, that if you bring harder Sharia, some sultans brought more Sharia, and then during those times, and I want to know like, wasn't there always a grand sheikh at those times too, and how would that work? Right? Because like, I mean, the sultan was there, then he's the Khalifa, but then there's also a grand sheikh at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So
permission is given. Okay. Permission is given. The Sultan, the Khalifa especially, will always be in consultation, especially with the Qutubs. Everyone wants to go to the Qutub. It's not for you. It's for the Sultan. Qutubs is not for us. We go to the presence of Hazrat Abdulkerim. What are we going to ask? Stupid things. They are meant for the kings. And their advice is for them. So they are in consultation. And permission will be given. Or sometimes they say don't interfere. But the Ottomans are known to be an empire of Sufism. The only empire of Sufism. They're making it a rule to honor the Ahlul Bayt and the Shaykhs, even those who are against them. The other empires, no. It's different. So, and sometimes the Qutub would give, sometimes they won't. But the Khalifa, the rulers, must also look out to see who is a beloved friend of Allah. The answer may not lie in a kutub. It may lie in another beloved of Allah that nobody is even looking at. Then that time, the Khalifa has to go to that one's feet and ask for a prayer for it to be open. You understand? And then it is up to that one. He may say, get lost, or he may say, okay. So many of them, they say, we don't want anything. Don't bother us. Because they don't want to carry the responsibility too. Those are the ones that Allah says, we offer it to the mountains. And they refuse. Didn't we say that in the khutbah? So many miracles, of course, happened in Yawuz Sultan Salim's campaigns. He was very tough. Not everybody liked him. You have to be very ruthless too. For the sake of haqq, you have to. They're still debating today, saying he went against his father. Is that haqq or not? Is it acceptable or not? Didn't Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say you have to go against even your own family if it's for the sake of haqq? Yeah. He would do that action by himself without any fatwa. In Islam, it's always, you don't do it, especially in those times, not the Akhir Zaman, in those times, if there is no blessing, you will fail. The fact that you succeed means that it is approved, yes? You fail because you messed up. Prophet is showing us. You will have success because Allah likes it, what you're doing. That is not Akhir Zaman. Now everything is turned upside down. And they were very careful not to anger these ones. Up to today, you still see that kind of respect. In the common people, we still see that. The prophets of the earlier nations, they would revere also. They are prophets, they are not saints. Like U.S.A. alayhi salam, it was founded by, the Greeks sort of knew it was somewhere there. U.S.A. alayhi salam is the successor of Musa alayhi salam. No? He was the one who brought victory. Musa alayhi salam did not even finish going through the desert. He didn't see the promised land. U.S.A. alayhi salam did. But who's talking about him? And the Hagia Sophia, it had so many connections to the prophets and so many connections to especially Khizr alayhi salam. So, and to the Holy Prophet alayhi salam as well. So when they took over, those are the sites especially that they would clean up and they would raise. There was a time people were going more to U.S.A. alayhi salam than Ayyub Sultan. The Sultan had to put a law to say, don't come here. Go to Ayyub Sultan. That's okay. Those holy ones, they have their own politics also. We don't interfere. All right. Anything else? Any other questions? Say, I have whole night. You're like, night is passing.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Huh?
It's amazing.
I mean, when you want to listen, or when I force you to listen, I can go on. When I don't, then you can't. We did that so much earlier, remember? And so many times in Maryland. We went there for Ramazan one time, remember? We stayed up until Fajr, no? We're just talking and talking. It doesn't have to be so, but you can just talk. You can sing a song if you want. It's okay. You want to sing a song? You're all now regretting that you don't have Salma with you. I'm going to make you to sing. Alhamdulillah. We have so much to discover. Why you want to know?
I heard it's the time from the day.
Welcome back, Pani. It took you this long. I'm counting the hours when Pani is going to Huh?
So I heard it's the timeline, it's the time between death and Akhirah. What happens during that time? It's a shooting place, it's what's going to happen, what happens in Barzakh, what's the concept of it?
Whatever you're preparing here is what you're going to find in Barzakh. Barzakh is that world before Judgment Day. It is a holding area, like a lounge. You know, you're traveling, depending on your ticket. It is temporary, but it will feel like forever. It will feel like forever, especially if you're suffering. If you're not suffering, if your heart is destination is somewhere else, even if you're in the first class lounge, you can't wait to get on the plane to go to where you're going. No. Okay. So that is a world. It can be a blink of an eye. It can last for thousands of years. That is a time when that time is not according to the time in dunya. That is a time of barzakh. That is a world, that is a reality. The holding area.
It depends on us.
Of course it depends on you. Whatever you're preparing is whatever you're going to find there. Shaykh Efendi put it very simply. When you die, you're going to find 24 drawers in front of you. You know, like a cupboard, like an almari. You find 24 drawers. We say it represents 1 hour. You open, why are you laughing? You open one, you can find either jewels that you put there or snakes and scorpions that you put there. Okay? So, and he says, we need the jewels in that world there. Whatever you are preparing, that's what you're going to find.
Why am I being able to feel the what do you call this? What you just explained, that it's gonna be like no time. The time is not like even 1 second would be like more than years. It's already scaring me.
Good.
I'm getting this paranoia feeling here. Like if someone is in that state, it's gonna be crazy out of paranoia.
Use it for proper things. Don't leave it to just be paranoia. Whatever you are doing here, you will find over there. You understand? So no reason to be paranoid. Just make sure you send good things there. One salawat that you do, you'll find it there. Prophet ﷺ is Nabil Rahmah, the most generous one. Abdulkerim. You give one, he gives 10 to you. It's countless what good things that you can do to send there. Countless. And on nights like this, maybe hundreds of nights, you do nothing. So nights like this, you got to cash it in. That's why I'm forcing you to stay up at least. You'll find that. That may be enough to last you. Understand? Don't worry, you're going to get reward. Just for sitting here and falling asleep and getting up like this. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Why you know? Why? I mean, some of them were. I mean, to be fair, right? Hmm?
Not like in other nations that it's the wind or that kind of holy properties or something.
Oh, what wind is going to approach this nation? You never heard about the descriptions of Qiyamah? You cannot imagine. It's going to be worse than all of that. There is going to be a punishment. Nobody gets away scot-free. Yes? It's only Allah saying, wait. You're taking my Prophet for a ride? Wait. But when you really look at it, is Islam a majority? No, it's not. It's only 1 out of 5. Or right now, if it's 7 billion, let's say 2 out of 7. It's not a majority. The majority of people still don't accept the Prophet at that time and today, no? And what punishment is Allah promising to those who don't accept Him? Huh? A big humiliation also in this world and in the next. This is Ahir Zaman. Means last chance. Last chance. Huh? You're a father, right? We say, come here, and they don't come. We say last chance, right? What do you say? I'm going to count till 10. 1, 2. You don't say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. 2, 9. They're still not coming. 9 and a half. 9 and 3. Then they come and say, and then you say, okay, right? Allah has more mercy than that. For the sake of the Prophet ﷺ. Because it is the Prophet's wish. And the work that Allah has given to His Prophet is to return His nation as perfect and as pure as His nation was created. It is not Allah's intention to wipe His nation or to punish His nation. And always He is asking, don't punish my nation, don't punish my nation. He is the one who is stopping the anger of Allah. So those who don't take Him as shafa'at, good luck to you. You have the anger of Allah. How many Muslims don't believe in His shafa'at? So many. Then good luck to them. They don't believe Prophet is going to save them. They don't believe Prophet is going to try to defend them. Right.
And it reminded me of when we were talking about Abdulkerim, and he was, he said, Shaykh, and he told a story when he was betraying, he had all the Qur'ans on the floor, I believe.
Yes.
And he asked them to stand on it.
Yes.
Some did, some didn't.
Yeah.
And he said if the ones who did, hang them. The ones who didn't, the ones who didn't hang them, the ones who did, if they didn't betray their religion, they're going to betray us.
Yes.
How do we make sure that we don't open that door ever for betrayal?
You test yourself. Before it comes to the point where you're going to ask to make a decision that is going to hurt you, then test yourself. People betray because one of the main reasons, this one can offer something this one is not offering. If I stay with this one, it's very difficult. I stay with this one is continue to make things difficult for me. If I go somewhere here, it's going to become easier. They may even say very good, and they put me up high. Yes? Okay. How are you going to make sure that you don't leave? You must love that one more. You must submit to that one more. You must understand. Things that happen, things that don't happen, you must have a relationship. You must speak, you must have a sohbat. First sign that someone is going to betray, always. You know what? No, not only no consultation, they don't like to look at us. When they come, they just look down, or they meditate. And then slowly, other people too. They may do their work very good, but they checked out a long time ago. Yes, they're not in sohbat. They have all these questions. They're wrestling with the answers. We see that. It's coming around. But we don't have the permission to bash open the door. That one has to come to us. Sometimes we say, are you okay? Like this, like that. They want to be left alone. They say, nobody understands what I'm going through. Then, slowly, shaitan will make sohbat with that one. The ego will make sohbat to that one. More and more answers he's getting from shaitan and his ego than from the jamaat and the people. Then he's going to look to see who else agree with what my shaitan says. This one, this one, this one. More they're going to go over there. Before long, they say it's okay. We had a friend, we had a brother here. I married him. We had a big wedding for him. Yes? Take lesson from this. I don't have to say the name. We gave him money. We gave her a junky haircut. We pay him, it's okay, $50, $100 we give. So many times. Yes, we did. I have to say. Okay. And they got married. Woman saying this, shaitan saying this. They start moving out. Then before long, they have a very dirty look on their face. They hate everyone here. They hate to be here. You see them. They're still coming, Yani. But you know an open face. And you know by now. It doesn't mean you have to read hearts. You know by now if a person wants to be here or not, right? Okay, maybe you think he's having a bad day. But come on, bad months? One whole year you're feeling bad? How long that period is going to last for you? So, so now they're only looking for some spark, some excuse. You understand? Everything is there. They're looking for just some reason. Okay, now they're like this. So it happened. Maybe someone had a fight with them. But this one now, recently, it's just, and maybe I'm washing them up. Why I wash them up? Because he cuts hair, and there was a COVID shutdown, and he cut hair. It's illegal. And then he's coming here, and we say there are old people here, there's sick people here also. It's wrong. Now you have to stay away from us. Don't come at all. He got upset. Something's happened to his car. They're claiming we cut his wires. They say we hate him so much we cut his wires in his car. He said even policemen said this is looking very suspicious. So he believes. So now he turned around and he said 1 year later, I'm very glad I left that cult. The leader, it's all because of the leader, me. And he's saying he likes to abuse people, mental abuse, psychological abuse. They're a cult, da da da. I can read you the post. It's very interesting. They all say the same thing anyway. It's nothing really original, you know. So then such people also. It's not a, huh? No. Maybe. But there are good people who come from that state too. No, it's a state of mind. I don't have my, I have my. Because this concerns, I don't have my. Sarkan, you have my? This concerns all of you, so I'm going to read it out, okay? Because I have to warn all of you anyway, right? In case something happens. Where's my, did I put my glasses here? Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, there's something very interesting. You're not going to sleep. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.